MIC. Winners are emerging in the Betano World Cup Prediction Challenge. You too can be a winner today. Stay tuned on the show as we bring you another opportunity for you to win fantastic, great prizes courtesy of Betano, and of course get points that will put you on the leaderboard for a chance to win a Samsung phone at the end of the FIFA World Cup. Yes, that is the star prize for the Betano leaderboard prediction. So stay tuned right here to sink your teeth into this opportunity. When we come back from this break from our sponsors, Betano, we will set sail effectively.
Last boss. Enter with your change, oh.
Driver, wait, oh. Today, do fast now.
Boss, no feel leave us, Joe.
Make we bet.
Time no dey wait for person, oh. Now why for Betano, everything are sharp. Play, cash out, and win big. Download the Betano app on Google Play or Apple Store, or visit betano.ng to start playing. Only for persons above 18. Bet responsibly. Terms and conditions apply. Betano.
Football fans, football lovers, now na time be this, so the FIFA World Cup is here, and every match na drama, every goal na celebration, every prediction fit become your winning moment. This World Cup season, Betano they bring something special for every football fan across Nigeria. Introducing the Betano World Cup Football Prediction Challenge. Yes, you heard me right. Think you sabi football pass your friends? Think you fit predict correct score? Think you know who go win today's big match? Then this challenge now for you. Here is how it works. Listen closely to this show and our World Cup updates. When we announce the prediction challenge, simply predict the outcome of the featured match. Tell us who go win, what team go be the scoreline, or who go score first. Get it right and you could walk away with amazing prizes courtesy of Betano. No be only football gist again, no. Your football knowledge fits pay you back. Whether na Brazil, Argentina, England, France, or any team where they chase World Cup glory, every match fit become your winning moment. So keep your ears locked to the station, keep your predictions ready, and get set to join thousands of football fans across Nigeria in the biggest radio prediction challenge of the World Cup, Betano World Cup Football Prediction Challenge. Predict, win, and celebrate football the Betano way.
Betano,
the game don't start.
360 Sports.
Let's begin the show by bringing you up to speed with the Nigeria Women's Football League Championship. We understand that the 2026 edition of the Nigeria Women's Football League Championship will be hosted in the Canaan city of Calabar, Cross River State. The competition is scheduled to take place from July 9 to 16, with 16 clubs set to compete for promotion to the NWFL Premiership. The teams will be drawn into 4 groups following a ceremony scheduled for today. At the end of the competition, the 2 best performing teams will earn promotion to the NWFL Premiership, while the 3 lowest ranked teams will be relegated to the NWFL Nationwide Division. And from there, let's do the Nigeria Players Watch segment on the show. We understand that Paul Onuachu and Chibuke Nwawu's club, Trabzonspor of Turkey, have reportedly submitted a 15 million euros offer to AC Milan for Samuel Chukwueze. Let's go to England and tell you that Super Eagles winger Femi Aziz may be forced to look beyond Aston Villa for his Premiership breakthrough this summer, with Millwall's £30 million valuation and competition from a more established alternative combining to dim the prospect of a move to Villa Park. Millwall have already rejected a £20 million offer from Ipswich Town and are holding firm at £30 million for the player. League One club Stade Rennais have joined the race to sign Rangers defender Emmanuel Fernandez after establishing himself as one of the standout defenders in the Scottish Premiership. In case you just joined in, welcome to today's edition of the show. Quickly, let's move on to other sports. In athletics, it was victory for Nigeria in France on Sunday as world record holder Toby Express the Rocket Amushon delivered a composed and dominant display to storm to victory in the women's 100 meters hurdles at the Paris Diamond League with a season-best performance. The Nigerian star clocked an impressive 12.28 seconds, finishing comfortably ahead of the field to secure another diamond Diamond League triumph. It is Amushan's third Diamond League win after triumphing in Jiangmen, China and Rabat, Morocco earlier this year. Congratulations to Topi Amushan. In Formula One, Mercedes' George Russell held on to win a tense battle with Red Bull's Max Verstappen for victory at the Austrian Grand Prix on Sunday. In boxing, we understand that Alexander Usyk has relinquished his 3 heavyweight world titles, WBA, WBC, and IBF. But Usyk, who is unbeaten, was quick to say that this decision was not linked to a possible retirement. We'll wait and see. In tennis, lastly, let's tell you that the 2026 Wimbledon Championships begins today at the All England Lawn Tennis Club with a record prize pool of £64.2 million. The singles champions will take home a massive £3.6 million each.
Omo, tonight na my night. I go clear the table. Red, black, red, 0. I don't crack the code. No joke.
The only thing where you feel crack, now jokes.
They play.
Make we bet. Win big on Betano Casino. Enjoy more than 5,000 slots on Aviator and mega jackpots every day. Download the Betano app on Google Play or Apple Store or visit betano.ng to start playing. Only for persons above 18. Bet responsibly. Terms and conditions apply. Betano.
360 Sports.
And it's time to do the Betano World Cup Prediction Challenge. Win in more ways than one on the show, especially with Betano. And of course, a lot of you have been winning the questions and predicting correctly to earn points to put you on the leaderboard. I sincerely salute you for grinding out results. And for those yet to win or predict rightly, I'm sure it's never too late for you to start getting it right. So let's quickly update you on the winners so far. From Port Harcourt, Bonaventure Nnadozie Akachukwu, Frederick Izombodo, Uchechukwu Kalu, Christian Chiboise Umenwa, Jaja Goswill, Emmanuel Princewill, Anthony Akung, and Chinonso Okoro. These are the winners from Port Harcourt. From Enugu, we have Victor Ugumsinachi, Michael Obi, and Ikenna Aneke. Congratulations to all of you. You've won the Betano World Cup questions so far, and of course, fantastic Betano prizes waiting for you. And for the Betano leaderboard, these are the names on the leaderboard. In Enugu, we've got just one person, Eze Chukudi Matthew. He's got just 5 points, and you can get yourself on the leaderboard for a chance to win a Samsung phone at the end of the FIFA World Cup, and of course, this Betano World Cup Prediction Challenge. And for the Betano leaderboard, for those in Port Harcourt and Owerri, we've got Sonny Yokori with 20 points, Ifeanyi Marife with 15 points, Uche Nonso also with 15 points, Chineye Ebere Okekwo with 10 points, and this next 5 names are on 5 points each. Prince Noye Dominic, Ianyi Gloria Nze, Uche Ihedioa, Bernard Nwoke, and Collins Ibekwe. You can get more points so that you get yourself to the top of the Betano leaderboard for you to win the grand star prize of a Samsung phone. The top person in the leaderboard at the end of the FIFA World Cup will win the Samsung phone. So giddy up and get interested and predict correctly on the World Cup Prediction Challenge right here on 360 Sports. So win exciting Betano gift today and also gain points to put you on the leaderboard for a grand star prize from Betano. And just like I said, it's a Samsung phone. Now let's give you the Betano merchandise question for today, June 29. The question is, how many red cards have been given so far at this 2026 FIFA World Cup? How many red cards have been issued so far at this 2026 FIFA World Cup? If you know the answer, send your answer, your full name, that is your first name, and your surname, including your location, to 0915 707 9506. Again, 0915 707 9506. SMS and WhatsApp are allowed. The first correct answer for today with the fastest time wins the Betano gift for today. The first correct answer with the fastest time wins for today. And let's move on to the Betano leaderboard predictions for today, June 29. The feature match is Brazil against Japan. That game is 6 p.m. Nigerian time. Brazil against Japan. That is the feature game for the Betano leaderboard predictions for today. We are asking you to predict two things. You are supposed to predict both of them. One, predict the correct scoreline of this game between Brazil and Japan. Number two, predict the correct number of Brazil's shot on targets. Predict the correct number of Brazil's shots on targets in this game between Brazil and Japan today. Each prediction will give you 10 points if you get it correctly, and that is huge to put you on the Betano leaderboard. The star prize, like I said, for the winner of the Betano leaderboard is a Samsung phone, and that's a fantastic gift from Betano. And so get your groove on and get on the Betano World Cup Prediction Challenge. Send your answer, send your predictions, plus your full name, your first name, and your surname, including your phone number if possible. Don't forget your location. Send everything to 0915 707 9506. Again, 0915 707 9506. SMS and WhatsApp are allowed.
Last boss, oh, last boss. Enter with your change, oh.
Driver, wait, oh. Today, do fast now.
Boss, no fit leave us, Joe.
Make we bet.
Time no dey wait for person o. Now why for Betano everything na sharp sharp. Play, cash out and win big. Download the Betano app on Google Play or Apple Store or visit betano.ng to start playing. Only for persons above 18. Bet responsibly. Terms and conditions apply. Betano.
Welcome back. And so a lot of persons have been saying that the FIFA World Cup 2026 has just started after 16 countries were eliminated from the FIFA World Cup. Only one of the 16 teams eliminated is from Africa. And so Africa has done well to see 9 out of the 10 that qualified to represent Africa in this World Cup, making it through to the round of 32. But quickly, let's bring you these 2026 FIFA World Cup updates. The round of 32 qualified teams are the 3 co-host nations. They've done well for themselves: Canada, USA, and Mexico. We have Brazil, Argentina, Colombia, Paraguay, Ecuador. Making it through from South America, we've got Holland, Spain, Germany, Norway, Sweden, Belgium, Portugal, England, France, Switzerland, Croatia, Austria, and Bosnia-Herzegovina, making it from the European continent into the round of 32. From the African continent, 9 of them: Senegal, Algeria, Egypt, Morocco, South Africa, Ghana, Cape Verde, DR Congo, and Cote d'Ivoire. And from the Asian Football Confederation, Australia and Japan, completing the 32 countries that made it through to the round of 32. And of course, talking about African teams in the round of 32, Africa produced a record 9 representatives in the knockout stage of the ongoing 2024 FIFA World Cup. Algeria and DR Congo were the last teams to book a place in the round of 32. Of course, they joined Morocco, Cote d'Ivoire, Egypt, Cape Verde, Senegal, Ghana, and South Africa, although the Rainbow Nation got eliminated in the round of 32 by Canada. And talking about that, Canada defeated South Africa 1-0. Goal number 216 sent Canada to uncharted territory in the FIFA World Cup. It was a dagger in the heart of Bafana Bafana of South Africa as a 92nd minute strike from Eustáquio sent Canada into the round of 16 and South Africa back home.
This is dropping nicely. Eustáquio!
Canada continued to make history, having recorded their first point, first win, first knockout qualification in World Cup history at this edition of the FIFA World Cup. Canada will play either the Netherlands or Morocco in the last 16 of the competition. There will be plenty more matches, plenty more action in the round of 32. And tonight we've got 2 of them. Brazil, 5-time champions. They've been to every edition of the FIFA World Cup since 1930. They're up against Japan from the Asian continent. Time of the game is 6 p.m. Nigerian time. And then by 9:30 p.m. Nigerian time, we have Germany take on Paraguay. And that's a wrap on 360 Sports today, sponsored by Betano. Thank you so much for tuning in. Don't forget to participate in the Betano World Cup Prediction Challenge. We will be back next time right here on the station. Special thanks to our sponsors, Betano. My name is Kufre Ekpe, the CCC on the MIC. Waza.
Stay informed, stay ahead. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM for the latest news and exciting sports updates. Your trusted source for everything you need to know. Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
All right, thank you all for staying with us. The newspaper review segment, let's continue. I read some stories, not from the papers, but they're they're in the papers. Two statements coming from the FCCPC, and then the state of things, or the status of things, or state of things, the same thing, at the Strait of Hormuz with the Gulf War. All right. Why that is important is because of the price of fuel, crude oil price globally. All right, so the channels to reach out, we always like to hear from you. You can call this number when we open the phone line, 0810 9510 951. Again, 0810 9510 951. So you can call that number. You can send messages to 0701 9339 962, 0701 9339 962. Text via the traditional SMS channel, text via the WhatsApp channel, and then a voice message, all right, via the WhatsApp channel. Please keep your voice messages within 60 seconds. Keep your voice messages within 60 seconds so we can listen to you and listen to the next person. On Facebook, you can find us. You can watch us live on YouTube at Today951FM. Today951 FM. You can watch us live on Facebook and YouTube. Same ID. Today951 FM. Today951 FM. Instagram, X, Threads, Twitch. Today FM 951. Instagram, X, Threads, Twitch. Today FM 951. On Twitch, you can stream live. So on Facebook and on X, you would find the post for opinion poll and the general post. Opinion poll and the general post you will find on Facebook and X. On our website, todayfmlive.com, todayfmlive.com. There you can stream on TuneIn Radio and Radio Garden apps. You can stream as well at Today95.1 FM. Today95.1 FM. There you can stream. 7. It's my turn to lead Imo. Anyanwu declares. Samuel Anyanwu, the National Secretary of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, has said it's his turn to take charge of Imo State after Ikedi Ohakim, Emeka Hiedioha, and Hope Uzodinma. Anyanwu spoke in Owerri, Imo State capital, at the start of a group called the Polling Unit Movement for Sam Dadi. Sam Dadi is Anyanwu's politics, AKA. He mentioned that all of his fellow leaders who later took charge of the state came from the old PDP in Imo, stressing that it would be fair and just to give him the opportunity to lead when voters go to the polls next year. We were 4 strong PDP members, myself, Hope Uzodinma, Ikedi Joachim, and Emeka Hiedioha. As God may have it, all 3 of them have ruled over Imo State, and I have remained myself. I have come to take my turn, and I believe the other contestants will make space for me. He also admitted that political power is fought over, but he said he is still focused on his goals. It's true that power isn't given, it's taken. I'll stay focused on the ball. And then he added that he's confident about the PDP's future, mentioning that the party is growing stronger and gaining more supporters. Nigerians not benefiting from drop in crude price. FCCPC warns petrol marketers. I read the full story this morning. Not benefiting at all. We're not. But I read the story. No need coming back to it. INEC denied us access code for candidates nomination, NDC. With the CTC out, I'm sure INEC should release a statement the next hour or the next day. The CTC, I understand, came out last night. It has been trending on social media. So it's been trending on social media. INEC said they can't comment on it until they see the CTC. So now that it's out, we'll wait. But this doesn't come to me as a surprise. The Nigeria Democratic Congress NDC says the Independent National Electoral Commission INEC denied its request for the access code required to upload the names of its candidates to the commission's nomination portal. This is as the party prepares to challenge the recent court judgment ordering its deregistration. The development is coming following a federal high court judgment instructing INEC to deregister the NDC. National spokesman of the party, OSA director, while speaking on the development that the party had approached INEC to obtain the access code needed to complete the online submission of its candidates, but was unable to secure it. He said that officials of the Electoral Commission informed the party that they would get back to them, leaving the NDC unable to complete the mandatory upload before the court's deregistration order. We approached INEC to complete or collect the access codes to upload the names of our candidates to the INEC portal. They told us that they will get back to us. According to him, the party's inability to upload its candidates should not be interpreted as a failure on its part, insisting that the delay resulted from the Commission's refusal to provide necessary access credentials. He further revealed that the party would return to INEC to make another request while simultaneously taking legal steps to suspend the enforcement of the court judgment. We will go back there tomorrow. I believe by tomorrow we must have filed a stay of execution in court. So let's wait. APC dismisses purported primary results on social media as fake. The All Progressives Congress APC has rejected reports announcing the outcome of its primaries, describing them as fake. In a public notice issued on Sunday, the party says it has not released any official list of winners from the primaries and warned members and the public against relying on unauthorized publications. The disclaimer signed by the APC National Publicity Secretary Felix Moka was shared on the party's official X account. The public is hereby or thereby advised to disregard any publication or report purporting to announce the outcome of the primaries, as such information is false and unauthorized. The statement reads in part. The party explained that successful aspirants will be officially informed through its recognized communication channels before being issued certificates of return. It also urged its members, stakeholders, and the public to rely solely on official APC communications for updates regarding the outcome of its primary elections. And then Vanguard newspaper, Peter Obi cannot defeat Tinubu in Lagos again. Presidency. This is Sunday Diary. That conversation he had to show Akimbaloye that we listened to, all right, this morning. So there you have it. And that's what this story is about. Allow me to roll this over. And then the cable newspaper, Seraki Dixon, NDC hasn't been deregistered despite Lokoja court ruling. Seraki Dixon, national leader of the Nigeria Democratic Congress NDC and senator representing Bayelsa West, says the party has not been deregistered despite the recent ruling of a federal high court in Lokoja, Kogi State. Speaking on Sunday during an interview on Channel Television, Dixon said the party disagrees with the legal basis of the ruling, describing it as a decision delivered by a court that had become functious official. It's a court that ordinarily doesn't have jurisdiction to sit on appeal over its own earlier judgment. Basically, we disagree as a party about the legal basis and the propriety of the ruling. The party is taking the appropriate and right legal steps to ensure that the right thing is done. The NDC has not been deregistered. The NDC has validly nominated candidates for all elective offices in primaries monitored nationwide by INEC. The senator said the party had successfully conducted primaries for State Assembly, House of Representatives, Senate, governorship, and presidential elections within the timetable issued by the Electoral Commission. So I like this reveal. I myself am also a senatorial candidate of the party, so he intends to return to the Senate. Is Diri wanting to return to the Senate? I've been eyeing that position because it's going to be quite interesting. All nominations have been validly carried out, monitored by INEC in accordance with the time frame given by INEC. So I assure all our candidates and members that those nominations are valid. The submission to INEC is an administrative procedure. The NDC is still a party, the court itself did not deregister it, and no step has been taken whatsoever to that effect. Okay. As soon as possible, once the appeal is lodged and the necessary papers are filed, it's a matter that will go to the highest levels to set aside the irregular judgment. Once a high court has given a judgment on a matter, the court shouldn't have any business with anyone who is complaining. From Friday, thousands of Nigerians have been flocking to our website to register. They now know more about our party. They sympathize with our party and our candidates and are flocking and buying into the vision of our party and our candidates. Okay. Troops arrest suspected ISWAP spy over planned attack on Borno military bases. Troops of Operation Hadikai have arrested a suspected operative of the Islamic State West Africa province ISWAP over an alleged plot to attack two military formations in Borno State. The suspect, identified as Mohammed Shuaibu, was arrested by troops of the 212 Battalion at Forward Operating Base FOB Shabo following intelligence on a planned terrorist attack. Quoting military sources, Sagasula Makama, a counterinsurgency publication focused on the Lake Chad region, said Shuaibu was apprehended during a routine perimeter patrol conducted around 500 meters from the anti-vehicle ditch protecting the base. The publication said the arrest followed what the military described as credible human intelligence on an impending attack. Preliminary investigation reportedly links the suspect to a planned assault on the 199 Special Forces Battalion, also known as Mosquito Camp, and the Forward Operating Base in Shabo. Military sources say the suspect admitted during interrogation that an attack had been planned and claimed the terrorists intended to proceed with the operation regardless of his arrest. The military said the arrests enabled troops to reinforce security around the targeted formations and strengthen defensive measures against any attempted attack. The suspect has since been handed over to the 7th Military Intelligence Brigade for further investigation. The arrest is part of ongoing intelligence-led operations by Operation Hadikai aimed at disrupting terrorist activities, dismantling insurgent networks, and improve the security of military formations across the Northeast. Teacher allegedly beaten to death for flogging people in Kogi State. Miriam Usman, 22-year-old teacher at Brains Mines Nursery and Primary School in Olamaboro, LGA, that's local government area of Kogi State, has allegedly died after being assaulted by the father of one of her pupils over disciplinary action taken against the child. On June 17, the late teacher was said to have disciplined a pupil for misconduct in the school. The pupil allegedly fell and sustained an arm injury during the process. Following the incident, Ishak Abdullahi, the pupil's father, allegedly stormed Miriam's residence with two other individuals and assaulted her. Sources say she was also attacked the same day on her way to the mosque. So the first one wasn't enough. They sent more persons to attack her. According to Daily Trust, the deceased brother, who spoke on condition of anonymity, said Miriam was assaulted again on June 18 by additional individuals, leaving her severely injured and unconscious. So the first one is her father. That's the child's father and some individuals. She was going to the mosque. Another group attacked her. Then on the day of the 18th of June, so 17th was when the incident happened. That same day, she received two attacks, individuals and then the father and some individuals of the child, right? By the 18th of June, some more individuals attacked her again. The deceased brother, who spoke on condition of anonymity, said Miriam was assaulted again on June 18 by additional individuals, leaving her severely injured and unconscious. She was taken to a clinic and later transferred to a hospital in Okpo, but her condition continued to deteriorate. Sadly, she died on June 25, so 7 days after the attack, at about 5 a.m. He calls on the Nigeria Police Force and other relevant authorities to conduct a thorough investigation and ensure justice. We believe the repeated assaults contributed to her death, and we want those responsible to be brought to justice. Commenting on the incident, Saliu Oisa, spokesperson of the State Command, that's Kogi State Police Command, said preliminary investigation showed that on June 18, Abdullahi Ishak, accompanied by two women, went to Brains Mines Nursery and Primary School and assaulted Miriam Usman for disciplining a pupil. The victim sustained serious injuries and was initially treated at a hospital before being transferred to Ikojo Hospital Opo for further medical attention. She, however, passed away on June 25. The police spokesperson said officers visited the scene and the deceased residence where necessary documentation was carried out. Arrangements are ongoing to convey the corpse to the General Hospital for medical examination and autopsy. The suspects that had the power to go and be beating her multiple times, fled before the arrival of the police, and the efforts are ongoing to apprehend them. Upon their arrest, the case will be transferred to the State Criminal Investigation Department for discreet and comprehensive investigation. So why are they fleeing? They went to her residence on the 17th. They beat her up. Another group waited for her again while she was going to the mosque. They beat her up. Another group went to the school again on the 18th of June. They beat her up. Now she's dead. They are fleeing. Why are they fleeing? Like, I don't understand. Well, these are the stories. We'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll get into the issues. Please stay with us.
Live your truth. Express your love. Share your enthusiasm. Take actions towards your dreams. Talk your talk. And walk your walk.
It was years ago. There's a statute of limitation on this stuff.
Make today worth remembering as we discuss issues as it affects Nigeria moving forward. Talk that talk.
Weekdays, 2 p.m.
Exclusively on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. Voice of the people.
It all begins with breaking news.
Now make no mistake, this is a difficult mission. And it will remain difficult for some time.
Then it keeps trending. Events, issues, personalities, all struggling to gain attention. But in the race for deadlines, the intrigues, power play, undercurrents are often missed or underreported.
Insecurity here is basically a product of poverty.
But not anymore.
As the platform on radio steps in to fill the missing links on events, issues, and personalities in the news.
I'm not afraid of anybody. Yeah!
The platform on radio serves only the hottest topics and trending issues. Only on Today 95.1 FM.
95.1 FM.
Port Harcourt.
Weekdays, 4 p.m.
Get on the platform on radio and be served.
Education never ends, and we believe it starts even way earlier than most of us think. On Andre Gorgie, every Tuesday, 1 to 2 p.m., we unravel these various building blocks and its challenges that make you and I better versions of ourselves. Andre Gorgie on Today 95.1 FM.
Looking to grow your business?
Ready to elevate your brand and reach the right audience? This is your moment to take your brand to the next level with Today 95.1 FM.
Your trusted voice, reaching thousands of listeners every single day.
From startups to established brands, we create powerful advertising solutions that boost your visibility and drive real growth.
Our affordable advertising packages are designed to give your business maximum visibility and real results.
Don't just advertise where people are listening.
Call us today on 0818-389-2850 or visit our station to book your slot now at Today FM Drive off East West Road, Obiako.
Today FM 95.1.
Your voice, your market, your success.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
All right, thank you all for staying with us. Let's get into our conversation, all right? My senior, Opaka Dokubo, joins us this morning, Vice President, NUJ Zone F South South. Good morning, sir. Welcome.
Good morning, Kelly, and Happy New Week.
Happy New Week. So I was telling him that today I will stress him because the person I usually stress is not around today, but he's in good health. All right. So I heard the news that the River State House of Assembly approved the medium-term expenditure framework. Was it on Thursday that the governor presented that thing to them? And maybe by Friday they had approved it. But is it normal?
Kelly, what's abnormal about it?
The speed.
That shouldn't surprise you anymore. We've seen a whole budget passed in minutes. So
which of the budgets?
In this River State,
I've not seen budget passed in minutes, except even with SIM, it wasn't in minutes. It was almost it was like a week or so.
Is it with SIM? I'm not even talking with SIM. I'm sure with Wiki.
Yes, a Wiki was the least I can recall is 1 week.
Kelly,
no, we can check.
On the same day.
No, I said we can
at
check.
the same sitting.
Thank God that we're both journalists. Thank God we're both journalists. We can check.
Yes.
We can check. The list for Yes on Wiki is 1 week.
Check. With the Kuni Bani. Check.
I'm telling you that the list with Yes on Wiki is 1 week for budget.
Okay,
How do I search for this now? He wants me. Allow me to enjoy the sick tune. Let's confirm. My senior wants me to confirm, so let's confirm this one. So, to do a search like this would mean one would have to look at Nyesom Wike's reign in 8 years. I look at all of the budgets that he has presented, when he presented them, and when the House of Assembly returned the budget to him for a signature, right? So to do that would take a little more time. But I do recall clearly that the least in Nyesom Wike's reign was 1 week. I know it was fast, but it was 1 week, the least. So I just did time interval for budget passage under Wiki. And this is what AI gave me, right? I think this is Gemini. Under Nyesom Wike, budget passage times have typically averaged just a few weeks. They didn't say 1 week. A few weeks from submission to final assent.
You are talking about from presentation to passage.
Yes.
Okay. I just talked about passage. That's the day it was presented at plenary.
Yes.
That day it was brushed through, and that was it. I mean, not the when the parliamentarians open discussion on the budget. You know, when it is presented, usually there is scarcely anything goes on that particular day. But the day they come back to, as it were, to sit over that budget, and then normally you would expect that they would take it maybe clause by clause, or at least get to debate it and all that. That's the point I'm talking about. We have seen a situation where the same day it is open for debate, that same day it goes through. And that is it. Is that not also correct?
In this River State?
Have you not? Oh, you have not seen that one?
I can't even. Was it under orderly?
I'm talking about under Wiki.
Under Wiki?
Yes.
I need to check.
Okay.
I really need to check.
I can't be specific on the year now, but I have it ringing in my head, and it caused a little bit of stir. A lot of us, some of us were surprised. How could you just come sit, you open discussion, debate, and in a matter of minutes, it's gone. So we didn't get to see the benefit.
They didn't do a public hearing. Because normally they do public hearing. Now, even though it's staged public hearing, at least they do public hearing where people come and make inputs about the budget. At least in the... Somebody's telling me, Dr. Fife is referencing Edison Aye. Edison Aye was it 3 days or 4 days? Edison Aye wasn't even 1 day. Edison Aye, they pretended... Edison Aye was the one that emerged after the fight started now. The way he emerged. The next thing we heard, the governor had presented the budget to his house, right? They pretended to do a public hearing inside one room. Select people came. They say, "Oh, we like this, we pass, blah, blah, blah." They pretended. I think it took them maybe 1 week, front and back, to pass that budget. Even the case of Okojumbo, it still wasn't 2 days. It took at least 1 week. So this account that you're saying, no,
Kelly, bottom line.
I know that you're a writer, you're an editor, so you guys are usually on the field.
Don't worry.
No, I'll follow it.
Bottom line, we can in fact take like that. Bottom line, I'm not surprised about this. Let's also give the benefit of the doubt. Maybe before Thursday when it was presented, a lot of discussions, a lot of engagements been holding behind the scene. And so it was only a formality and there was nothing to so much scrutinize. Coming to the open. They just had to, let's leave it at that because we're not, if we're in River State for so long, we've not had it, do I say normal? Or maybe the abnormal is we're normalizing the abnormality here in River State for so long. Ordinarily, a budget as huge as it is would expect that lawmakers will find time to do, even to their constituencies, not just public hearing at that level, but you would have consulted. In the first place, who and who? What are the inputs into the budget? What and what is there for the people? I'm not sure. So many persons in River State, so many constituents don't even know what they have in their own budget for themselves, for their constituency or for their communities or for their areas. At the end of the day, what happens? We only hear by the hearing of the year that a budget had been passed. And maybe you just see somebody, people come doing some work, and then you say, it's not been a normal situation here for so long.
It's not worse in the state houses of assembly as compared to the National Assembly. We usually are very hard on the National Assembly.
Exactly.
But the National Assembly will not even do something like this.
No.
Even if the president will get what he wants, right? The National Assembly would at least take maybe 1 week. This committee will go and look at it. They will come back with their recommendations. It will be debated on the floor, and all of those things. The medium-term expenditure framework is a skeleton which the budget gets its fleshing from. So when that framework is faulty, you begin to ask yourself, how effective can a budget actually be? And so when I heard on Saturday, when I heard it on Saturday, I'm like, they don't pass them. I really was stunned though. Like, they don't pass them. That should be a document that people will look page by page. So, okay, what's the plan? What's our revenue line, expenditure line, this line? Can we sustain this figure? And just like that.
At the end of the day, it is supposed to point to a direction. the focus of a government for the period and measurable, achievements or attainments of that. So that at the end of the day, one can sit down and say, okay, this is where River State is headed. Maybe you want to scale up education, you want to achieve certain things in healthcare, and all that. But the way these things happen, at the end of the day, Rivers people, what have we heard now? It's been passed. Do we have the document? Can we see it? Can we relate with it? And what was the quality of debate before it was passed? That could even tell, in normal circumstances, that is where you get to understand that truly your government is working for you. Because you can sit down and say and project that in the next 5 years, maybe if it is focused on education, you have a child that is coming and so and such a time my child will be here, and then I'm sure I'm going to leverage on what government is providing for this, and this is where I would be. And everything is, structured, so you know exactly what your government is doing for you. But these are days where you don't see anything, and so people just run their lives devoid of, just as if government does not exist. It doesn't matter. Because all you see is, I think it's during, we can still say it's during the Amechi days that we saw some semblance of it, where people can say, okay, if I have a child today,
Somebody just sent a message that it happened during Amechi reign.
Okay.
That it happened under Governor Amechi. So perhaps the question would be, what kind of House of Assembly do we have?
What kind of House of Assembly we have?
Yeah.
We've had...
they seem to be worse than the National Assembly.
Do you... I don't know whether that's a question or you are making a statement or you...
I said they seem to be worse than the National Assembly. Debatable.
What are you debating there? You have just mentioned...
There's nothing to debate.
Earlier, there's nothing to debate. Earlier, you had said that at least in the National Assembly, people go, you hear of the debate.
I cannot make a definitive statement. I cannot make a definitive statement by virtue of the ethics of the job. So I can only point to a seeming reality. People can choose to agree or disagree. You know this.
Kelly, you cannot hide your head in the sand. This is like hiding your head in the sand. When things get this bad, I think it behoves on everybody, especially you, whose responsibility is to keep track of all of this and come to a conclusion. You should take a stand at certain periods. It's not that at the end of the day you just throw everything and you yourself, you have no opinion. Who says you have no opinion? Are you not a citizen?
I have no opinion.
You would not just have an opinion, you would have a position.
By virtue of this job,
you would have a position.
I have no opinion on air.
Well,
that
is not to say you would not interrogate.
I can point people to certain realities. It is for them to make a decision.
When you're pointing to reality, what have you really done?
It is for them to make a decision if that reality is real or it's false.
Well,
but that's a fact of the matter. That's the ethics of the job.
In any case, that's okay.
Thank you for understanding.
I do understand that. Who else would? If not, I do understand. But honestly, even as journalists, because we are affected by the things that are happening every other day, nothing insulates us from all that we are talking about. So, a point comes when we just need to call a spade by its name. Okay. And then, anyway, at your workplace, no problem. But at the union level, I think it's our responsibility to take all of this into task. So that will save you the stress.
I'm glad that you're bringing all of those necessary clarifications. Yeah. Because I can't on this radio say the current administration is performing terribly. Nigerians, get ready to vote them out. Would that be appropriate?
No. That wouldn't be appropriate. I wouldn't say that would be appropriate.
Okay, so
because
that would not be appropriate.
No, that would be like you're calling people to action. I'm not saying call people to action, but that you should be able to say, It is not working.
If I said the State House of Assemblies are worse than the National Assembly, that's a definitive statement.
Yes.
Right?
And for me, you're well within your right to say that.
I'm within my right to say it, yeah?
To say,
the current administration...
based on evidences...
The current administration has performed terribly. Nigerians should vote them out.
No.
What's the difference?
Leave the second one.
What
you
is
cannot.
the
What is
the difference?
You will be like a politician when you say that.
What is that? But that's what I'm telling you. That's what
If you say they are terrible, fine.
No, that's
to
the
that
reason,
extent, yes.
That's the reason I cannot hold. That's the reason as a journalist, and especially one in the digital media, I cannot hold an opinion because my opinion is taken by a lot of people to mean a lot. So they can hold that opinion and base their actions on that.
Kelly, to the extent that they have performed terribly for me, you can say that.
No, I can still say it.
All right. So, if you also know that the people are depending on you for this and then you can't say it, I mean, you can't point them to any direction. Then
no, the people are depending on me. I begin to kid myself when I assume that I should be telling the people what to do.
No.
What the people need from me is information.
Exactly.
What they do with that information is up to them.
That's
so
right.
When I say it seems, I am saying, well, everything appears to point in a direction that these people act in a certain way. I still haven't made a definitive statement. So it can go right or left. I've left it open for them to decide. But when I add the indicators, some of them could decide to switch off those indicators and say, no, that's not true. Because I haven't made a definitive statement, it leaves room for a debate on that issue. But if a man takes a gun and he shoots a woman on the head, I still do not have the right to say he killed her. No, because when they take you to court, the man could walk away free. What is my duty? He allegedly shot her on the head and she died. But you know these things. Amy Fayega is here. He's a political analyst, adolescent and adult literacy volunteer. Good morning, sir. Welcome.
Kelly, good morning.
And,
I greet everybody in the house, Nigerians. You know, I'm always loyal. Are you doubting my loyalty?
I was about to say we'll soon find out.
Happy New Year.
Santu, are you doubting my loyalty?
Happy New Year.
Okay, yes. Happy New Year.
Because I'm not sure I've seen you. We have met this year.
This year, is it true?
I can't.
It should be.
No, we have met. We have met this year. Oh, it's a long time, though. But for Amy,
you want to
partake. See you, everywhere on the.
Probably you want to partake in that. You want to now. You want to channel to me now. That is why he's also including himself that you have not seen.
Okay, Abi. Okay, don't worry, go reach you. Go reach everybody. We have more than enough to go around.
Chief Asim Adams, Esquire, legal practitioner, co-convener, Access to Justice International, Port Harcourt. Chief, welcome. Good morning.
Good morning, Kelly. Good morning, my colleagues here. Nigerians also, good morning to you.
So the conversation with Mr. Dokubo is about how quick the MTEF was passed by the River State House of Assembly. Amy, you're not surprised by it, no?
Kelly.
They gave them on, was it Thursday? They passed it by Friday.
I would have said that jumper pass, but...
Because they're your guys?
Eh?
Is it because they're your guys?
I know you will go that way.
It's a question. Is it because they're your guys?
Some questions are made to stir up certain things. And that is the part you are going. You were trying to dodge the one South Parker was doing. Now you are putting it to me.
Well, at least you can speak. You can hold that opinion. I don't have the right to hold one. At least not on air.
See, Kelly, since Nigeria as a state, adopted that incremental budgeting system, we'll be faced with this kind of scenario. And it is worst at the State House of Assembly level. We've seen a situation where a governor submitted an appropriation bill to the House of Assembly. That the same day, I think between 24 and 48 hours, it was passed.
What?
Was it in River State?
Sir, I didn't say.
But that's been the conversation now. Kelly said Kelly said it never happened in Rivers State.
I said I can't recall. I can't recall it happening in Rivers State.
Are you?
But that's what I said. I said I can't recall it happening in Rivers State. That's why we did the research.
Did you say you cannot recall?
But that's what I said. I said I can't recall it happening in Rivers State.
You're recorded.
So the thing
Yes.
it was passed. So you want to wonder at what time did the House actually introduce the bill? They debated the House, the committee or whatever sat, and they came out with their findings, and the thing was just passed like that. It has been a culture here, but I think that culture is actually detrimental to the development of the state and Nigeria as a whole. If we continue like that, is why you see some commissioners. I don't know if they are doing it for their masters, their employer, which is the governor. They will go out there and make mention of BOGO budgets. At the end of the day, you don't see anything on ground. The next year, you will see another budget, see buried at the same project, and at the rate of increased monetary budgetary. So you see some of these things is not helping us. And then if we continue to allow it, it will keep us where we are. The schools will be where they are. The hospitals will remain in this state of comatose. The agriculture will not see any improvement. Why? Because it is an incremental budgeting system. If you like, go and chop the money somewhere. When you come, you add money, you add figure to the previous figure, and it will be passed, and everybody will be okay. Nigerians, the hours has come. Yes, we need a president, but the focus on the presidency should be reduced, because we have that 3 tiers of government. One is belongs to all of us. That is the federal state. That one is for all of us. It belongs to the people of the north, the people of the south, east, west, right? They will not have the subnational government, which is the state. That one is my own. Then the local government, which is my primary home. If we focus on this area, the development we are looking for, I think we will get it faster. Because if you eat the money that is budgeted for education, the local government headquarters is not far from me. I will just walk in there and make certain demand. If we are in group, if I go there only me, that might beat me up. But if we go there in group, we make those demands, whether on air or whatever, the person who is there will find a way to want to defend himself. By defending, he will expose more. And by that, we will hold them accountable. I will have these things done. Do you know if we don't provide a kind of solace to some of these public officials, they will walk? If they know that the people are now aware that this is my responsibility, I can't shift it. I can't say, oh, the federal, oh, the state. This is the responsibility of the local government. And I must build this market. It is me. I don't think the local government will want to run away, because he will do it to save his name and to save his administration. But we'll continue to demand the state government, for an instance, where we have a trunk C road that is immotorable. We have the state governor has failed. The governor is doing nothing. And that road belongs to the local government. The road will remain like that. A road that belongs to the state will begin to, federal government has failed. Where have you seen? Are they doing anything? Hey, can you see the general hospital? Is it working? Is it the responsibility of the federal government to give you a general hospital? The answer is no. Until we continue to make this demand, this incremental budget system will become a performing budget system. But we don't do that. We just feel that they have passed it now. If they pass in 1 or 2 hours. Like I listened to radio one time where somebody who is an ardent supporter of one of the governor, the Quebec governor, there was a time people were asking, what about budget? It was making reference to what about under the former administration of Governor Yeso Wike. There are many times they passed, but did you see budget? What do you need budget for now? This administration, we don't need budget. We don't need budget. The governor is working. Everywhere is filled with project. People are trooping investors and all that. We don't need budget. If we continue this kind of argument, yes, some of these politicians will hide under that umbrella and begin to defend it. At the end, you will not have those roads, those hospitals, the empowerment that you need to grow the economy. The local economy will not have it. Today, we are talking about food. Oh, we don't have, these are very expensive and all that. We don't know that this is a product of inflation. We don't have these foods here. We have money that is competing for fewer goods, and we are waiting for some of this gari to come from Benue State. We're waiting for gari from Enugu State, where we have vast land here that are wasting away. We don't care because we don't need budget. Let them pass the way they like. They should pass. It will not help us. Let us question them and find a way to do away with this incremental budget system and maybe go to a zero budgeting system or performance budget. I think Nigeria will be better.
We'll go for the news. When we come back, we'll continue. Please stay with us.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
A very good morning to you. Here's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly Ikemenjima. Our presidential aspirant of the People's Redemption Party, Yakubu Mohammed Kingsley, has rejected calls for President Bola Tinubu to resign over insecurity. Kingsley says although the country is facing significant security and economic challenges, Nigeria's constitutional democracy provides clear mechanisms for leadership transition. He urged Nigerians to focus on strengthening democratic institutions and prepare for credible elections in 2027 rather than seek unconstitutional solutions. The movement for the actualization of the sovereign state of Biafra, MASOB, has appealed to the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, to resolve its internal leadership crisis. The appeal follows the exchange of suspensions involving IPOB leader Nnamdi Kanu and the group's directorate of state led by Chika Edoziem. MASOB says the internal disagreements should be resolved peacefully and urge members to focus on their common objectives. One person has been killed and several others injured after a vehicle struck an improvised explosive device allegedly planted by suspected bandits along the Kurawa-Sabombini Road in Sokoto State. The vehicle was reportedly conveying passengers to Sabombini when it ran over the explosive device, causing a powerful explosion that destroyed parts of the vehicle and injured several occupants. The incident has renewed concerns over the growing use of improvised explosive devices by criminal groups operating in parts of Nigeria's northwest region. On the foreign scene, at least 14 persons have died after a helicopter belonging to Saudi oil company Aramco crashed in Ras Tanura on the country's eastern coast. Saudi authorities say everyone on board the aircraft was killed in the crash. The cause of the accident has not yet been announced. Ras Tanura is one of Saudi Arabia's major oil refining and export terminals. And that is the news update on Today 95.1 FM. Good morning. Thank you for your time.
Today 95.1 FM, where news meets insight, sports meets passion, and entertainment meets excellence. Expert analysis from seasoned professionals and our top analysts, informing, educating, and entertaining you. Your voice, your station. We are the voice of the people.
All right, thank you for staying with us. We're back from the news update. Let me get to Chief Adams. Were you surprised about the passage of the MTF in, 24 hours or so?
I was not surprised. The National Anthem Act was passed in 2 hours.
But the
National
Anthem is different from...
I understand. It was passed in 2 hours. So many other laws that we operate with today were passed in 1 hour. So there was no deliberations. Even the police, the state police, whatever bill now going around, there was no public hearing.
And it's coming to the states now. So the states,
I understand, but we ought to have that at national level, first of all, too.
Before it goes to the state.
Absolutely. The state now, it is the state that is going to its members of the House of Assembly. It is for the assembly members. If they get 2/3 of the assembly, it goes. So there ought to be public hearing. That is in accordance with what the law says. So when people say, and I was not surprised. Now, too, is this, why was I not surprised? Was called the fact that the Speaker of the House, Martins, in the prelude or whatever to the presentation, he said, he made some, remarks that said because of things that happened, that in the interest of whatever, that they just have to let go. He said that this particular MT is being presented very late.
6 months.
6 months behind schedule or whatever the case may be. So it was important that it was a political decision You understand? It was a political decision. And you see, that is I've argued and I've said that the country called Nigeria, that's why you see I don't blame when politicians begin to do all these things they are doing, because this is not democracy. This is plutocracy. At best, I say plutocracy. I don't want to say mobocracy. You understand? Because if it's mobocracy, it means they governed by mob, the plutocrats. If you look at what happens now, is that an assembly can just sit down and say they're not sitting. Then when it comes to issues that pertain, whatever it is, before you know they're convening. Which means it is the law when they are important to do it, that is when they feel so. So plutocrats are the ones, governing, they are ruling. So if you see this kind of thing, I want people to go and read, there's a particular book written by, I've been saying this, it was co-authored by Donald Trump, the present president of America. That book is The Art of the Deal. It's a book written before he became president that talks about prescriptive and transactional politics. And that is what we are playing here. Nobody should deceive us. Even the politicians angry to become governors and president tomorrow, they are all plutocrats. That is why you see they keep fighting themselves and reinventing themselves in different ways like Amweba to come in there. It is the same system. Now somebody said 2014 or whatever there, it happened before. So which means we have dubious history to support some of all these things. And the moment you have a precedent that are dubious, that are incongruous with the Constitution, and there's no act to maybe repair and replace those things, they will continue on that particular voyage. That's what's happening now. So I was not even surprised. In fact, I even told somebody, I said, say footballer would have just come with the budget, with the MTF together and give to them. Why all these things? Because you have not done it when it's supposed to be done.
Wait,
you strode in and you throw it on their table.
Let me hear you say it again.
You should have just attached the budget.
You should have brought both.
both in the same basket and say, please, what are you talking about? June 30th is tomorrow. And in fact, I don't know. You see, when you have democracy, when democracy is really in action, and rule of law, and recourse to constitution, and constitutional provisions are in play, this kind of thing cannot happen. You understand the point now? In the US, you saw America, there was a time there was breakdown of government, federal government breakdown.
Mm-hmm.
You understand the point now? Mm-hmm. Because of one or two things, and the people, the Congress, we cannot undo it. You have to follow the Constitution. If you allow do this, come before us, they will not ratify. Now, even as it is, in courts, when we go to court, if you are unable to do a particular act, you must seek leave of that particular court to redo that or do that particular act when you have even, gone beyond. And you must pay some default fees. In this case, why wasting time? The budget should have just been attached to the NTEF. Look at, if we follow the Fiscal Revenue Act of 2007 that was recently amended, what are the dates given? Is it not 2 to 3 years? Me, I don't know whether it's 1 to 2 years he gave here.
For the MTF.
For the MTF.
I think 2 to 3 years.
It's 2 to 3 years he gave. Yes. You understand? Now, in line with Section 11 sub 1B, in line with Section 11 sub 2B of the Federal Fiscal Revenue Act, as the case may be, what happened in this case? Did they follow it? The other one is that did they even follow Section 80 to 84 etc. of our Constitution? You see what I'm trying to say.
What's in Section 80?
There are many. That it should be passed timelessly. Okay. Timelessly. You understand the point? All saying timelessly. That before, even this thing ought to be done before this 2026.
Before the next.
The next whatever as case may be. It ought to be done. All these things ought to be done. Even your appropriation ought to be prepared. Like in 2025 when things are normal. But you see, when we started having some sympathy for the state, and the governor was because of the emergency rule, it obstructed a lot of fundamentals. You understand? So it's like the state is coming to a reset mode, as the case may be. Now, so when people begin to, say, okay, let me give an example now. The budget proposal now, maybe it's going to present by August. Who knows? Because I was saying that since that there's a semblance of sanity, that has come and enveloped the legislature and the executive, everything that ought to be done should be done once. That was why I was not suggesting that the budget should have been attached.
No, that didn't sound like a suggestion. It sounded like you're taunting them.
I'm not taunting them.
Because the natural thing is,
yes.
In fact, even when the House of Reps,
yes,
raised it curiously,
yes,
during IBAS,
yes,
the Senate had passed the budget.
You understand?
For the state, and House of Reps committee said, "Where is the MTEF?"
And nobody even said anything about it. But even as though,
so the MTEF is supposed to come before the budget.
Absolutely,
the MTEF is the framework,
absolutely,
on which the budget is going to be built.
Absolutely.
So I expect that document would, because if you get the MTEF right, it's easier for you to just look at the body,
and just
which is the budget,
whatever.
And say, okay, the projection from the MTEF is this. That's where this is built on. The projection of the MTEF is this. This is education sector. This is a projection.
Absolutely, yeah.
We can see it.
It's like a roadmap.
We see the vision of the government.
That's right.
From the MTEF, and then the budget is just gliding on it. So it's easier if they have a firm understanding of the MTEF before the budget even comes.
But what I'm saying is that, you see, the law says that is the precursor to the budget.
Yes.
Absolutely. But you cannot do without the budget. The budget has to come or accompany, or maybe come after the MTEF.
I expect that with this move,
yes,
the budget, perhaps the governor will present the budget this week.
That's what I'm saying. That's like June. Tomorrow is 30th of June, though.
See, there are many questions as far as the River State budget is concerned, and those questions have fallen on deaf ears, unfortunately. Governor Fubara has not given a breakdown to say, River People, the budget passed by the National Assembly, started this period, let's say June 2025. And because it considered the entire fiscal year, which would have been January till December, that budget lifespan ends in December. A new budget will be presented in January. In December, late December into early January, the governor announced a new budget through his then special advisor, Peter Mady and
That's
co.
right.
They announced a new budget to be presented. Next thing we heard was impeachment notice and so on and so forth. It didn't fly, right? So if you did that, political issue stood in the way. You dropped the idea of the budget. You went for peace. You sacked all of those your aides, dropped all your commissioners. The state stays silent for another 6 months. There was no notice of a budget and stuff. Now you're presenting another one. So my thinking is simple. That budget may have expired in December. You use 6 months to manage the state without appropriation, which the law somewhat gives you cover for. You use 6 months to do that. You know that you can't go beyond another 6 months. So you must present a budget. Maybe that's why he's doing what he's doing.
Are you sure they did not even tinker with the January whatever to after meeting, after consensus added them between the two warring parties? They now say in that one why we said this one was not there. Will you include it in this new one? Politics in Nigeria is murky. So are you sure that with the other one that the January whatever or February whatever, are you sure that the two parties, warring parties, did not ask it to have consensus added them? To now say, okay, the reason why we did this was this. This one was not there. You have to include this. Please remove this or put this one as case may be. Then, before you now come, they'll say time. Say, don't worry about time. We are going to take care of it. So what I'm trying to say is that transactional politicking is what is taking place, prescriptive.
Okay.
And it's sad.
So
it's sad.
Our understanding of these things for me is also important. Because Amy was talking about the people putting pressure on this political class and the governing class. So this is the message someone sent. Good morning, Kelly. What do Rivers people really want? If that medium-term budget was not passed immediately, Rivers people will still say assembly members don't want the governor to work. Now that it's passed, they are saying the assembly passed it hurriedly. Dave. So there are two things here. If that document was still with the State House of Assembly and the Assembly was doing thorough checks, maybe 1 week, we'll question, 1 week has been a while. We have a right to ask questions, don't we?
Of course we do.
If the legislature is looking at a document and the document stays with them for a while, don't the citizens have a right to ask questions?
Why are they in the house to represent us? They are our employees. We employ them to represent us. So if there are issues bordering on our interests, on our welfare, or whatever, we can ask, why is this bill still pending? How far have you gone with this bill? What interest is this bill meant to tackle? It's the responsibility of the citizens to ask and to find out why and what are they actually doing with the bill. So it's not out of place to ask.
So when citizens go to bed at night, you heard the next morning that the governor has presented a vital document.
You must ask
as the
questions.
MTEF. And then you go to bed that same night and the next day you hear that it has been passed. Is it wrong for citizens to ask themselves questions?
Gunter Grass even said that the duty of the citizen is to open his mouth wide. You understand? That is talking to government. Where things are wrong, you do that. Even you journalists, you media, Section 22 of our Constitution says that you must have to open up, hold government responsible and accountable. So at the end of the day, you find out that anybody asking me to keep quiet when I see something wrong is going on in a government and governance, as case may be, that person is not abreast of what the Constitution is all about and what democracy is all about. You understand the point? I don't think that they can't gag us.
Are we a set of confused people?
We clearly are not. I think it is important for everybody to understand that when you point out what is going amiss, you're only saying, in this particular case, I would understand if they come under, if they raise issues like a doctrine of necessity because of where we are. But that is not to close our eyes to the fact that this thing is not normal. I think that is where I should situate it. What has happened, we would clearly see, but we could clearly see and we can state it that this is not proper. But if we are going to excuse it because of our peculiar circumstance, like Adam said, a political situation, we can give it a political solution. And that is, for me, this is like political. Because we are not in the best, times here in Rivers State for so long. And so if we now expect that we don't invoke that kind of doctrine of necessity to deal with these situations, we will only be shooting ourselves in the foot. We won't be helping ourselves. So if for once, if we have come to, like I said, a semblance of normalcy now, or a situation where at least these parties can now meet and talk, please, in the immediate, whatever we can get, we quickly do and get and move on. 2027 is just around the corner. Maybe we will get to, Senate times.
So
and then things will normally flow. But to say we shouldn't point to what we clearly see is wrong.
There's a maxim, Kelly. There's a maxim
should hold us to
that the majority
fault us on that
will always have their way, but minority must have their say. So you can't gag us. Anybody that is not profiling this, you can sit down, but allow those who want to do that. Because from whatever we are talking here is what we can build on tomorrow. You understand the point? And we understand the situation. Like Okpaka said, doctrine of necessity, which is the political solution to all this. And I said that speaker made that particular opening remark when he said, well, this is not supposed to be the time, but where because of the interest or whatever, let us go ahead and do that. So if they are working on that particular plank, as case may be, they could be excused. But I don't think that there should be another repeat in the future. It will be so sad for Rivers State.
I like to ask, so we can move on from this. The governor presents a budget, maybe this week, maybe even today, maybe even tomorrow. And the House expeditiously passes it this same week. Should Rivers State people be expectant of anything different? Amy Fine. In the governor, as it stands now, has about 11 months.
Kelly, there is a laid-down culture, political culture in Rivers State, like we mentioned earlier. And I think that culture is still going to remain for now, based on the political character at play. You see, there is always a danger of supporting or trying to promote what is not right. You come back eating, most especially in the political atmosphere. If you check the man in charge today, you will see that by his own actions, so because those who belong to the religious body, like the Christian, we say by their fruit, you will know them. So if you check his actions today, the man has given up on River State. The man is only waiting. Okay, let my term expire and I will leave. But these people will feel it. These people will suffer it. These people will. I think that is the mindset. I am just assuming that should be the mindset of the man. That is why some political philosophers at a time will always tell you that yes, the structural functional analysis, where people look at this is the structure, these are the rules governing the structure, is very important, very valid. But if we continue to rely on this structural functional analysis where we dwell all our action, it's still going to be a problem. We might not achieve much. Let us look at the character, which is the behavioral analysis this time. Let us look at the character. These people who are actually man, what is the role they are playing individually? And if we continue to look at it, that is where we'll have a kind of a synergy that we have to drive the political system towards achieving their goals. But currently, the way we see a River State, I tell you, the misery index is high. Things are just on the standstill, and Rivers people actually, cook this food for themselves. Yes, Rivers people done this. They did this to themselves because you have an opportunity to set right certain things, but you refused. The question you asked, that are we set of confused people? To an extent, you are very correct. Because in one hand, we'll be demanding this. We want good life. Yes, we want the government to be accountable to the people. We don't want one man to be in charge of state affairs. We want a situation where the people will decide what happened to them. But as they say, in another hand, we are asking the same another person to become that one man who will not decide the fate of the people. Primarily because we don't like this one now. We want to push this one away. They will not make this one that is on the seat now to become that one man that will not decide the fate of the people and do this thing. And we'll come back again and begin to complain. Oh, the system is not working. Oh, Rivers is dying. Look at this, look at that. Hunger everywhere. We'll begin to sing these rhetorics. The same we. So how long are we going to continue? If the budget is the appropriation bill is submitted today, if it is passed, it's a tradition. After all, Rivers people, some people say they don't need budget. They don't want the details of budget. What they want to see is performance, but they forgot that it is that budget that will show the course of actions, that will enable even the River citizens to know the interests of government and how government is going to transform the society within the shortest time and longest time. You see, but we are not interested as long as this person that is there, fall in line with our interests. So everything it does is okay. If not, how do we have a governor who will wait until this time before he will come? Okay, I'm submitting the MTN. What are you submitting at this time? Because you felt that they will suffer it now. Let me just do and make everything more difficult for the people and let them remain there. They like, they do, they don't like, then they not do. It's not my business.
Okay, I think we need to. I just need to, because this issue of culture, I'm not sure there's anything cultural about it. If something had not been working well for a few seasons, it doesn't make it a culture. So I refuse to accept that in River State we have a culture of these things happening. No. If it is wrong, it is wrong. And we are here talking about it. We want it put right. But to now talk about it as a culture, no, it is not. Kelly, if the budget is presented today and it is passed today, like I said, under the circumstance that we find ourselves, like we said, and I don't want to even also put it on the doorsteps of just one person. The governor, like you rightly said, by what is it called, December or so, budget was prepared to be passed, and then the issue of what's it called, impeachment came in. The budget presentation or whatever, it's not to himself, it's not to the executive, it is to the legislature, and then they must be prepared to receive you. So it is something that all the political players at this time should, whatever blame should be put at their doorstep.
So
on one.
So a budget is passed. Should we expect anything?
For me, I don't know what your expectation you want. But see, for me, given the circumstances we find ourselves, one, I wouldn't have a problem if they present it today and pass it today. Under what I said, for me, invoking the doctrine of necessity, that we're in a situation. But I would expect that if that happens, that the assembly members should live up to their responsibility. If you pass the budget, you have a function, you have a duty to oversight that budget, the implementation of that budget. You have a duty to oversight it. And therefore, I would expect that they would not just pass the budget to the executive and go home, just as we have seen,
But if citizens did not participate in that process, how can citizens check the effectiveness of the oversight coming from members of the House of Assembly?
This is what we're saying now, because we're still eating time, is it not? Time is still going. We said we have already wasted 6 months. That's why I say, in the interim, the assembly should take it upon itself to step up. To step up. You are the ones representing the people, is it not? At least in the eyes of the law. Step up your game to that point where you are able, where you oversight this implementation. We want to see you active. If you don't do anything, if you're not going to pass any law or go and debate anything, let us see you actively.
So it's the same thing I'm asking you. I'm asking you based on everything we've said today. The budget is a political document, as it were, right now.
Yes.
It is likely that the way they passed the MTEF is because of political consideration and expediency.
Either the MTEF or the budget. That it is not brought to the public and debated, for me, should not amount to they being completely ignorant or, of whatever is contained there. We are only assuming, even if they themselves had considered it right. In normal, when things are normal, they should bring it to the public. Let the public themselves, whom they even represent, by some other means, also, contribute. And that's the way it works. But that in the circumstance we find ourselves, because if we want to say, okay, let's go, we're getting to a point where government will probably shut down in a few days completely, because we have used up all the time, the extra time Constitution has provided us with. So we are in a logjam. We're just at the corner. What do we? There's nowhere. There's no way out. So in the circumstance, that's why I say in the circumstance, please do this. Let Rivers people, maybe for once, say this is what you did for them, and let us just get out of this quagmire and get ourselves to a point where normalcy returns.
Chief Adams, do you think the people holding an expectation is apt or realistic in the face of our current realities with the budget?
Well, of course, if we should hope for something, realistic and something tangible to be done, but it will be difficult to achieve, or maybe get the expectations of people right between now and May next year. It's just about 9 months or there, about 10 months from now. So I don't really know what they're going to do. Even with the budget right now, a budget that ought to last for at least a period of time is been shortened to this level. So what has happened? If you budget 1 trillion or 2 trillion, as case may be now, how are you going to spend it? This is a problem. You can vote for some, whatever projects, and there are projects you can't complete between now and May next year. So they have been voted for. What happens to the funds? I hope it's not going to be a budget that, you know, at the end of the day, you know, we stolen. Maybe the funds there, you know, go to private pockets because legacy projects cannot. I don't think there's any legacy project. Is it road you want to construct? Is it hospitals? Is it healthcare? Is it schools, education? What do you want to do apart from paying salaries? You know, from now to that time, I don't really think that any reasonable project could be done. But the constitution also makes, you know, arrangement for what they call environments. I don't know, or spent budgetary money, where did they go to in Nigeria and even the states? In this situation, certainly there was going to be, you know, budgeted monies that were not spent because of the time, whatever as case may be. So what is going to happen? Is that they're going to use to settle backlog of loans they took, or I don't know. You know, it's something, so we're expectant, but not really, the hopes are not going to be high in my own situation. Maybe pay salaries, if possible, increase salaries of civil servants, you know, add some money to them and let them go home and sleep.
Well, maybe he would have to, the government would have to impute balances for ongoing legacy projects like the Ring Road. The Ring Road project will be one. The Trans-Calabari project will be one. So maybe those projects. But in terms of anything new,
no, I don't think so.
I beg our fuel crisis. FCCPC, they've also mentioned the thing I've been talking about for a long time. When price was going up like this, was going up. Every time it went up, a few days after they announced an adjustment of the pump price, we kept taking a shave. Now price has dropped, and it didn't drop like a bad rash. Wow, no, that's not what happened. It dropped gradually. The prices are low. This Dangote and NNPCL and the other importers are not willing to take a shave right now. Because that's my understanding of it now. Perhaps they have bought at a higher price. They've not sold off what they bought. So it becomes difficult for them to count their losses right now that prices are falling. Maybe FCCPC is representing the government somewhat because the FCCPC is supposed to be fighting for consumers, and they have raised their concern to say the realities don't add up. When prices were going up, you were quick in adjusting your prices upward. We, the consumers, we paid for it. Well, however we paid for it wasn't your business. We paid for it. Prices have come down now. Naturally, if you're going to take a loss, take a loss. Like we did. I beg. You're not affected by this fuel thing, Abi. When I drive my pumps and I see their price board 1,200, I say no, that's not where the price should be. Price should be lower.
Should be about 800.
800. That's where price should be. So show me 1,200. I'm not impressed. Price should drop because that's where price $73 right now.
But 700, 800. That's what it should be.
They can't be keeping
even the argument of we bought when it was high. We paid for those
for the
products because you extorted us. You know, we paid for those products that you have in your stock right now. And what is the magic that the countries like Ghana, I'm using Africa countries now, like Kenya, etc. What is the magic there that it goes up immediately? It goes down. It goes down. Why is it like that? Why is it working in other countries and in Nigeria here it's not working? You understand? These are questions we need to find. It's not just FCCPC coming out to do whatever. Even look at what is happening now. With due respect, I have about 4 matters. Because of 1 or 2 things last week I couldn't do it, got my health situation, etc. 4 cases where I called on the FCCPC on these people, what's it called? These online loan companies. They are killing Nigerians right now. I did a petition to their office. Responding to that petition has become an issue. They've acknowledged it and nothing has been done. Now, these people, the online loan companies, are dealing with Nigerians.
But you know that
helpless Nigerians.
You know that there's a, not to distract us, but I don't know if that court ruling is, there's a Dion guideline or procedure or something from FCCPC.
Yes.
The Dion is supposed to regulate these loan sharks.
Absolutely, but
that Dion is a subject of litigation right now. There is a court order mandating the FCCPC not to proceed
on any action relating to Dion until that matter is vacated.
But that particular, I will search out that particular suit.
I think you should.
I will search it out. Then when I search it, I find out whether it is not inimical, to the present regime, of what is going on right now. You understand? But these are things they ought to act quickly. You understand? Even if there's an order, they can vacate the order.
But the case is still on now.
Of course, they can go if there's an order. If there's an order stopping whatever implementation of their whatever against them, FCCPC has the right to go to court and vacate it.
The case is still on.
It's still on.
It's not a permanent order.
And
the case is still on. They have there's an interim order until that matter is fully decided.
Before they can do whatever.
Yes,
then why are the loan companies now still operating with their outrageous interest rates?
Well, I don't.
That is the question.
I just mentioned that.
Very good for you. I'll note it. I'll note it
consideration. This petrol matter.
Kelly, you see, at the end of the day, you are asking yourself, why does government actually exist?
Which one?
If you put... if you put a capitalist, if you leave the people in the hands of capitalists, what will happen? They will drain them. And that is, for me, why government needs to step in and protect the people.
But there's government in NNPCL.
Which one?
Isn't there government in NNPCL?
See, Kelly, we're coming back to the issue of, this is one of the, probably the drawbacks of the subsidy, removing subsidy instead of dealing with the corruption that is in the subsidy regime. Take, for instance, if government had just dealt with the corruption and then you have cleaned it up and government is paying, government knows exactly. In situations like this, probably government will now share whatever burden is coming with the people. Take a bit of it, let the people pay some. And when things go normal, everything goes well, goes back. I don't know if you understand the point I'm making.
Yeah.
If government had been fully, in charge of this subsidy regime, clean out whatever it is, face these people and take corruption out of it, and government is fully paying. Now things get so bad. What happens? If government is paying probably 100 million, you share with the people. Okay, people, things are so bad now. Pay 50. Pay 50, we pay 50. And when things come down like this, you relieve the people of their own burden and then take it up continually. But a situation where you now say, no, it is gone, and we are in this chaotic situation. Now everybody is scrambling. Of course, whether NNPCL, what you call them, it's PCL. They say they are company. They are making profit for government. At the end of the day, you are still profit-oriented. So you are in a competition. What happens? It's easy for these people to now go gang up and then say, "Oh, this is what we are going to do in this and it is happening."
So we're on our own.
For me, I would expect beyond whatever FCCPC or whatever is doing.
FCCPC.
Whatever. I don't know what. And they are only talking. Do they have the powers to actually sanction these companies? Can you go and be sure? What exactly is government waiting for before you act?
I don't think it's about government at this point.
Government is not aware. Government is not supposed to be.
Government cannot feign ignorance. I would have expected that the Minister for Petroleum will be putting pressure on. In fact, should be calling.
Not the government.
This Dangote and NNPCL come and explain.
When I say government, that's what I mean.
No, I thought you were referring to FCCPC.
FCCPC is a regulatory agency. What can they really do? At the end of the day, if they raise a lot of noise, it will be embarrassing to the government. Why would even the government wait until people raise a lot of noise? Why would you wait for the people to come and embarrass you? That's why, if you really care for the people.
I asked you when you started, which government?
You did not answer. You laughed.
Where is the government? Which government are we still talking about? Government waiting. Are we talking about American government?
When you said I was confused.
We are the ones suffering here. Are we talking about American government? Are we waiting for American government or Iranian government to come and help us in this matter?
At this point, I don't know.
This is our situation. For me, like you said, we have even a petroleum minister. And then things are going the way they are going. And from that quarters, everything is quiet and is silent, nothing. They're talking about 2027. And then one FCCPC, whatever, is the one that is now saying what? To what effect? And you think that is what these people will listen to? No, now. We need high-level government intervention. And then bring sanity.
Why is the government not saying anything, even at this point? The market is deregulated, we understand. But they can speak to the reality. The reality is when prices were going up, right, globally, maybe they made money. Yes, they made money now. That's a fact. But at the pumps, we're feeling the pinch of it. Now prices have fallen, and they didn't fall rapidly. They didn't fall suddenly. Prices have fallen. What is wrong with you now taking the heat? Is it our fault? Why is the government that you so actively defend sometimes, why are they silent at this point?
Kelly, you are looking for trouble.
No, but you actively defend them now. So I'll be right in saying that the government that you so actively defend, why are they silent at this point?
Kelly, when the purpose of something is not properly understood, they say abuse becomes what? Inevitable. When a set of people decide to live a copy and paste kind of life, confusion becomes inevitable. We woke up one day and say, we were practicing miseconomy. From miseconomy, we say, let us do capitalist economy. Let's privatize. Let's liberalize the markets. Let's do this, let's do that. We say, oh yeah, everybody. Even when there were dissenting voices. And now, they say the system will be deregulated, right? So there is no a control system that will try to question the pricing of some of these independent marketers. And that is another area where democracy is also not good for the third world economy. Because we have a kind of a mindset which is dominant in the third world economy, where people want to monopolize system, where people want to overreach themselves, acquire wealth they don't need, but they just want to be called the richest man, richest woman, richest boy, richest girl, have wealth everywhere, have cars, houses everywhere, and we are okay, getting more chieftaincy titles and the rest of it. But at the end, how is that kind of lifestyle helping us as a community, as a people, as a nation? How is it helping us? I don't actually see the help, but rather it is impoverishing us to the advantage of few. The government now...
I am confused at the point you're trying to make.
The government now, you want them to be categorical, to say, reduce the price now. We don't allow you to sell like this. But the thing is that they will come back to you and ask you, how much did we buy? Is it not how we bought that we are going to sell? It's a free market economy.
Mm-hmm.
So why are you trying to fix prices for us? And then we run back to where? Probably to go and obtain one order from one court.
So
and say you are infringing on their...
The government, if the government was abreast with the facts on the ground, the government still could not argue that when prices went up, you adjusted immediately at the pumps.
Yes.
It wasn't about how much product you have. The calculation will be, if we didn't adjust, we won't be able to go back to the market to buy.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yes.
So you adjusted the pumps so you could go to the market, buy, and remain in business. Right?
Yes.
Let's say you bought Z quantity for a certain amount.
For 100 million.
Because you were expecting that this volatility was going to last for this period of time. Even when you saw signs that things were coming down, you were still thinking otherwise. You held on to your products. Prices are falling. It's nobody's fault. The price has dropped. Revert to the current realities. Why is that so difficult?
Kelly,
No, that's different from that's different. It's not like government is saying you must fix your price. We're saying this is the reality. One reality was price went up, you adjusted your price. Nobody said anything. Nigerians complained. We went to the stations.
Kelly,
we bought at the rate you sold to us. Now prices are falling. Be a man.
Kelly,
take the heat.
Kelly, I traveled that route.
$72.
I traveled that route initially because I was going somewhere. You see, in Nigeria, I'm not talking about Bola Ahmed Tinubu administration alone. I am talking about specific government in Nigeria. If you check their way of operation, the protection of citizens in terms of exploration, and this form of capitalist drive that some people are making us to make money, it's not actually there. What we have is just a kind of a mat washing. People will come and tell you we are regulating and something is given to them. And that is the all. It's the same thing we are experiencing in the electricity sector, where you have some discos today. Even they don't provide you the services, but they will come and give you estimated bill for you to pay. If you don't pay, police will even accompany them to your compound. The wire you bought yourself, everything you did yourself, they will come there and remove it. I want to take it away. If you dare talk, police will be against you. That is to tell you that the state is not actually, in the real sense, protecting or interested in protecting the interests of the citizens against this form of exploitation and stealing from the citizens. We are there to ensure that the welfare of citizens are guaranteed as government. But when you now have people who now, in the name of we are creating jobs, in the name of we are the one, we own this company, without us, there will be no jobs. Government has no business in doing business. So we own the jobs. And government will say, yes, they are giving Nigerians jobs. So therefore, we cannot tackle them. I don't think that is the right way. Where you have to talk about the interests of citizens. If that job goes, I think probably we may also have other companies who will want to come and invest. Open up the system. But no, we won't do that. A filling station. The other day, I bought at, I think, 127 naira, one of the filling stations. Then I drove further. I got to one place. I said, okay, let me just
127 naira.
Yeah, 1,127 naira. 1,127 naira. Then I said, let me just top up something. I saw 130. I moved for 140. So I was regretting. Why didn't I just buy what I was supposed to buy initially? You see, this is the issue. And I asked one, why is it like that? The other filling station sells 1,127. I left there now. Then the other one sold 1,130.
Yes.
That, why is your own 140? Say, as I take buy now.
Yes, but you notice that it's in a range. Yeah. So, it's actually in a range. Yes. There's a range. There's the lowest and there's the highest in that range.
Kelly, I agree with you.
So people can choose, okay, this one is this one, that's what I'm buying for this one. It's all in a range. But what we're saying is this. I get your point. But the argument we're making is quite simple. With the deregulation, we are directly impacted by global changes.
Yes, I agree.
Directly impacted. So when prices go up,
they will tell you.
Instantly they announce. And the announcement is not from the filling station. That's why I'm not, my quarrel is not with the filling stations this morning. My quarrel is with the manufacturers, which will be Dangote and NNPCL. And those that are importing. But we also know that NNPCL is importing. I've heard it from good authority that they're importing petrol into the country, right? Yeah. So if you're importing...
Who said any of their refineries was working before?
They've shut them down.
So they're not producing now?
But they're importing.
So when you said you put them with Dangote, no, they are with the importers.
No, but they are part of wherever they're getting petrol from. We see them as one of the A dealers, like Dangote. So Dangote produces and sells, right? So these guys will not drop their price if Dangote is selling them higher or the depots are selling them higher. They'll be running at it to be a risky business for them to do.
Kelly.
The pressure should be on, even if the government will not come outside to speak. Kelly. Are we making back channels conversation to say prices have fallen? Why is it not reflecting on our pumps?
Kelly, to be frank with you, this is my opinion. Government ought to be on the neck of these people.
That's it.
Government need to be on their neck. Because these people, they are not interested in the welfare of citizens. All they are after is profit making, maximization of their profit. Then are you going to allow the citizen to suffer in the hands of these people? That is why you are a government. Even if you cannot do anything, you cannot come with a fiat demanding that they should do as you wanted. But there are certain level of pressure
on them
that you can mount on them. And in line, the citizen will support you to get them to reduce those prices. If not, what these people are doing for me is criminal. They will tell you that is market sense. If you don't sell at the price of the new rates, then if you finish your product now, are you now going to look for money to top it to buy the new product? The question now is, where you have the old stock that you bought at a lower rate before the increment came, you sold that old stock at the rate of the new price, right? That means you made more profit, you made money within that period. Then now there is a reduction. You will now say you have old stock that you need to dispense before adjust it to the new price. So does it mean that you always make profit, you can't sacrifice? You always make profit at the expense of the citizens. It's criminally minded. Yes, for me, government must mount certain level of pressure and the citizens support it, and we must do away with this other way when pressure comes from the government. They are targeting us. They are targeting our people. They are targeting. Why not in the Zubi? Why not in the Karakara? Hey, why only here? Why only there? They are targeting our people. Sometimes this will provide room for these people to continue to, to cheat from us and steal from us.
Master Adams, Chief Adams.
You see, Kelly, the government is becoming weak and inactive in a pathetic situation because they know that they already shot themselves on the foot. Why am I saying that? If our refineries were to be working, then they would have had the moral ground to tell a monopolist, not to do whatever they are doing. The monopolist can look up to you and talk to you and say, "Oh, guy, we are not going to do that. We bought at this XYZ amount of money," because he knows that he has held you by the jugular. How come now you look at Dangote is only refining company we have in Nigeria? Dangote is out to make profit. He can even profiteer and make extra more than whatever profit he has. You cannot regulate to a level. There's a way you even regulate Dangote. You say he's going to short. He's going to, assuming he closes up, he short his shop, and say, "Okay, I'm no longer interested in doing the business." What happens to the country?
You know, go fit.
No, I'm just trying to say, assuming so.
No, ma'am, I'm also just trying to
you know, go fit, yes, assuming so. Assuming
he
so. He
knows how much he's making from this market.
So when the monopolists are there and government is helpless and hapless, then they say that is why you see them in this kind of situation. A good example, this pay-per-view TV, whatever, you understand? Every time they say, Senate should do this to control them so they don't increase their prices. The people remain there. They maintain that standard. And they won't increase now the way it is. Before government came with this free TV, whatever, you understand? Because they are trying to see if they can break the monopoly. That is the same thing the government should have done. Now, if you have if the refineries were to be working, all the 3 refineries or 4 that we have in Nigeria, they were producing and build new ones. When Dangote is selling for whatever, we will flood the market with our products that are cheap for the people to buy. That was the reason, the essence, you see that there was a time the NNPC, there was a time you found at NNPC filling station, you see long queues there. You understand? Because people, they were selling at a little reduced in rate. There was competition. But in this case, the government can never go and tell Dangote to do whatever he wants to do. Because Dangote is part of government and government is part of Dangote, refineries, as case may be. Dangote will tell you that NNPC, the government of Nigeria, through NNPC, has shares in Dangote. I don't know if it's is he still there? Mm-hmm. He's still there. Government is part of those exploiting these people. So that is why you cannot. As if government had, you see what happened in South Korea when this same thing happened. The government came out and said, "Look, you cannot even increase your." Then in the heat of that Iran war, he said, "We are regulating, because we know that if we leave people, you are going to exploit our citizens." They now peg the price at a particular distance. If you can't sell, leave it. They flooded the market, with other alternative, sources of supply. People were getting cheap, energy and whatever to buy. And you find that the monopolists, what they did was to follow that line of, the order given by the government of South Korea. The same thing in the US. You can't begin to threaten America and say, go a major marketer, you are down, go to whatever as case may be. They can destroy your market for you by flooding that particular,
but America price is still high. I know that Trump last week was calling out the major oil companies that they should drop their prices. He was doing that.
If they don't do it, you're gonna see that it's gonna come out with something to subsidize for the masses. That's how it should be. So the government do not even have a mouth to talk now.
Trump is
in this whatever. Because it's so terrible. Otherwise, when government speak, people should obey. You understand the point? Now, even look at under section, because when this thing I just ran to my concern, say, look at under section 16, sub 2 C, it said that the economic system of Nigeria should not be operated in such a way or manner as to permit the concentration of wealth or means of production in the hands of very few people. But this particular governments, like the Tinubu government, has concentrated the means of production and economic whatever in the hands of very few. In the case of Dangote, I'm not picking up Dangote as maybe a human being or as whatever. That is Dangote and Nigeria, they're exploiting Nigerians. So at the end of the day, the government is still exploiting us. Why can't the government say, oh, look, we have good shares here. Can you reduce my intake? If you are going to, maybe at the end of the year, I'm going to get 1 billion. For the sake of, Nigeria ITC to subsidize, as case may be, give me 500 million. So that people can have this ware dispensed to them at very cheap rate for them. So it's government policies and failure. It is government policies and failure. Margaret Thatcher made that and said that because there is deregulation does not mean that we cannot regulate. At times like this, like when we see situations where the marketers are exploiting the people. So that cannot even listen to. They will challenge the government. So that is the situation. We are in a very bad situation. So they have to go and repair their refineries so that they have other sources of bringing and subsidizing fuel for us. It's a government that is in it.
You surprise me when you say because they are shareholders, they use our shares. This government that is looking for money with every red eye, everything, everywhere they want to use to get us, just take money. Not giving Nigerians anything.
Kelly, during the administration of Ambode in Lagos State as governor, we had the issue of severe inflation then on commodity like rice and the rest of it. It was so severe to the extent that buying rice was a problem. Ambode, being a governor, what he did, he went to Kebbi State. He met, I think the governor was Bagudu, right? From Kebbi. It was Bagudu, yes, Bagudu.
The issue of lake rice.
Yes, and they had a discussion with him that in my state, rice is becoming a problem and people love eating rice. Can we do something together? I have money, but I don't have much land. I discovered that you have much land. You don't have the kind of money I have. Let us partner and find a way to solve this problem. I want to solve it in my state. I then went into rice production. I was Lake Rice, L-A for Lagos, K-E for Kebbi. After the harvest, they flooded the market of Lagos with this Lake Rice there. That was the era. I think we had 14,000 naira for the bag of rice. People from here were going to Lagos State to go and buy rice and want to bring it to here and come and kill us again. And police was seizing some of this. So what am I trying to say here? Is government is deliberate. I really want to look at the welfare of the citizen as against these capitalists and monopolists. I think there is a way they can do it. They can come so decisive.
All right.
They can come through persuasion.
All right.
But we don't really say this thing because we believe that let them be there because they are giving jobs to Nigeria and the same time killing Nigerians.
We have to go for the news. When we come back, we'll continue. Please stay with us.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. news update.
A very good morning to you. Here's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly Ikemenjima. The federal government has ramped up its emergency operations to protect citizens in South Africa by scheduling another voluntary evacuation flight to return on Tuesday morning. The move comes amid rising tensions surrounding planned anti-immigrant protests set to begin on June 30. According to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs spokesperson Kimebe Beifa, a return flight is slated to depart at midnight, bringing the next batch of registered citizens to the Murtala Mohammed International Airport in Lagos by Tuesday morning. Beifa stated that President Bola Tinubu, in response to potential xenophobic threats, authorized 5 Air Peace flights after more than 500 Nigerians signed up for voluntary repatriation. He also noted that the federal government remains in diplomatic talks with South African authorities in ensuring the safety of Nigerian nationals who remain in the country. The National Secretary of the All Progressives Congress APC, Senator Surajuddin Bashiru, has called on Nigerian women living abroad to actively mobilize support for President Bola Tinubu's administration beyond the 2027 general election. Bashiru made this call while delivering a keynote address titled From Renewed Hope to Lasting Impact, Diaspora Women in Advancing Impact Continuity at the APC Global Women Summit 2026 in Rome, Italy. Highlighting gender inclusion as a core pillar of the APC's political philosophy, Bashiru emphasized that women in the diaspora are among Nigeria's greatest strategic assets. He lauded their professional excellence across sectors, noting their contributions extend directly into Nigeria's economy, and urged diaspora chapters to foster civic engagement, mentor young women, and counter misinformation. The Nigerian Education Loan Fund, NELFund, has issued a stern warning to tertiary institutions accused of withholding tuition refunds from students and arbitrarily raising institutional fees. In a public notice released, the agency condemned these practices, stating they directly contradict the core mission of the federal government's student loan scheme. It noted that the student loan scheme was intended to remove financial barriers to higher education and should not become an avenue for placing additional financial burdens on students. In a bid to resolve the issue, NELFund has opened discussions with relevant authorities and schools to guarantee that eligible students are refunded and campus charges remain transparent. The fund further reiterated its commitment to protecting students and preserve public confidence in what it describes as a landmark national intervention. On the foreign scene, the United States and Iran have agreed to temporarily halt military operations following a recent escalation of strikes. The breakthrough ensures that vessels can once again navigate the critical Strait of Hormuz freely, while broader discussions to permanently end the conflict are set to resume. This development comes less than 2 weeks after two nations signed a 14-point memorandum of understanding on June 17. The accord mandates an immediate, permanent end to military actions and require Iran to guarantee safe passage for commercial ships through the strait for 60 days. A joint statement from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Defense Minister Israel Katz confirmed that the U.S. was notified prior to an operation. Iran has, however, maintained that a sustainable, comprehensive peace agreement cannot be achieved until all hostilities in Lebanon.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM. The alarms are off. The football world is awake.
Billy Jr.'s in. And Brazil have 3.
This is Peak Global Breakfast Football Show. Wake up to goals, drama, and hot takes from across the globe. This is Peak Global Breakfast Football Show, your daily fuel before kickoff. Brought to you by Peak Milk. Reach for your peak. Every breakfast is a chance to show up like your true hero, and true heroes make it count with Peak Milk, the gold standard for milk nourishment. Fortified with 28 essential vitamins and minerals, it is not just a milk, it's the official sponsor of your ambition. World Cup season hits different, and we're right in a mix of it. From last night's drama drama to today's kickoffs. We are breaking it all down with a glass of peak milk in one hand and your phone in the other. If football is a language, trust us, we are fluent and we know how to speak it so well. We start off with World Cup brief with the biggest talking points coming out of the World Cup. Then we get into a peak match zone where we break down the match highlights and tactical shifts and controversies coming out of those football matches. And then we'll also bring you superstars from the World Cup, the players making this World Cup unforgettable with their big performances. And on peak numbers, you get the stats that explain the stories, goals and clean sheets. Anything that has to do with stats, we have you covered on peak numbers coming out of the World Cup. And the show wraps up with Road to Glory, who's building real momentum towards the trophy. We track the favorites, dark horses, tactical edges, form shifts, and teams that look like they could go all the way. All that coming to you today on Peak Global Breakfast Football Show, brought to you by Peak Milk. Now, with every pass and every goal, every unforgettable football moment starts with energy, and that's why Peak Milk is bringing the excitement closer to the fans. So welcome to Peak Global Breakfast Football Show, your destination for football conversations powered by the goodness and energy of Peak. From global football highlights to fan moments and match day vibes, Peak Milk is here to feel the passion, celebrate the game, and keep you going through every football moment. Because champions don't just watch the game, they stay at the peak. So stay energized and stay football ready with Peak Milk. This is Peak Global Breakfast Football Show. Everything making headlines across the tournament.
The statement from the Dutch, who go to the top of Group F.
Welcome to World Cup Brief. And we've got the show rolling here. Peak Global Breakfast Football Show, your daily fuel before kickoff, brought to you by Peak Milk. Reach for your peak. The action starts with World Cup Brief. Portugal football team coach Roberto Martinez has completely dismissed suggestions that Cristiano Ronaldo should have been rested for the final group match against Colombia on Sunday. There were some chatter amongst fans and experts that Ronaldo should have been rested, just like Lionel Messi and Haaland were rested for the respective countries. But Martinez called that comparison childish and says that the Portugal superstar is fully capable of playing every single minute at the World Cup. Martinez went on to explain that Ronaldo's game was based on experience and discipline. He says Cristiano is used to being in the right place at the right time. It's more of a question of mentally being strong and always being disciplined in position and always opening space in our attacking patterns. He further insisted that the superstar showed no sign of struggle when it comes to his workload during the World Cup. Meanwhile, less than 24 hours after they were eliminated from the World Cup, South Korea coach Hong Myung-bo has resigned his role from the national team. Hong exits follows harsh condemnation from the country's president, who called the coach incapable and ordered a complete review of the national team program. Hong faced the media on Sunday in Guadalajara in Mexico, where the team had been staying while waiting their fate following the conclusion of Group A campaign on Wednesday. With the results elsewhere not going their way, South Korea's hope of reaching the round of 32 as one of the best performing third-place teams were officially ended on Saturday. Reading his statement of resignation, Hong said, "First and foremost, I would like to express my sincere apologies to everyone who loves Korean football and has always supported our national team. I have decided to step down as the head coach of the Korean Republic national football team." Hong's departure marks a second disappointing stint for him in charge of South Korea after the 2014 World Cup, where he also stepped down after the tournament where they were knocked out following their worst World Cup display in football's biggest tournament since the year 1998. Finally, here on the World Cup Brief, Uruguay midfielder Manuel Ugarte suffered a knee ligament injury in their final World Cup group stage match against Spain. Manchester United Football Club, where he plays for, confirmed this as the 25-year-old was stretched up the field of play visibly in pain in the first half of Uruguay's 1-0 defeat. Assessment into the extent of the injury is still on the way, with a full-time scale of his return still much unknown. Manchester United says that they will assess it further and see the best course of action for treatment and rehabilitation for the midfielder. Uruguay also suffered a painful exit from the tournament, failing to win any of the group stage games, earning just 2 points after draws against Cape Verde and Saudi Arabia. And that's all for the World Cup Brief. More still to come your way here on Peak Global Breakfast Football Show. This is Peak Global Breakfast Football Show. If you're wondering where you are this morning, it's an exciting place to be. This is Peak Global Breakfast Football Show, your daily fuel before kickoff. Brought to you by Peak Milk. Reach for your peak. Peak brings you the goodness every morning. Yes, that's why Peak Milk proudly brings you the Peak Global Football Radio Show, a space where football fans connect, celebrate every moment, and stay inspired by the game they love. From big match conversations to unforgettable football stories, Peak continues to fuel moments that matters. So stay connected, stay energized, and stay at your peak. This is Peak Global Breakfast Football Show. Feel the goals. Relieve the drama.
Oh, risky challenge. It's a red card.
Review the battles.
Oh, what a touch. That is beautiful.
This is Peak Match Zone. So we're getting into the parts that we go deeper into the action on the field of play here on Match Zone. A late second half goal from Steven Eustáquio allowed Canada to inch past South Korea in the opening game of the World Cup's round of 32, sending the Canadian side to the next round. It is the first knockout round victory for Canada in their history, as they became the first World Cup co-host to play an elimination game on foreign soil. The game was largely a tense affair as the Canadians struggled to get the ball into the net against the stout defense from South Africa. Canada on multiple occasions had their shots cleared of the line and looked like the better team throughout much of the game. However, the South Africans looked dangerous on the counter-attack on multiple occasions and frustrated the Canadians throughout. Canada drove most of the play through the opening 20 minutes before the hydration break, creating multiple chances, including one from defender Derek Cornelius, whose headed effort was saved by South African goalkeeper Rowan Williams. The South Africans looked dangerous on the counter-attack, creating multiple chances, though their shots in the opening minutes were limited to long-range strikes that barely troubled the Canadians. Now, it took a moment of brilliance from Eustáquio, thumping a loose ball into the corner of the South African net as the game went into the second half injury time. The match marked a bit of history as the first round of 32 game in World Cup history in the expanded 48-team format for the first time this year. The first knockout round will continue till on Friday night, where the teams will be trimmed from 32 to 16. This is Peak Global Breakfast Football Show. Football brings us together. The excitement, the conversations, the unforgettable moments. And at Peak Milk, we are proud to be part of every moment that keeps fans connected. You are still listening to Peak Global Football Breakfast Show, a place where football fans come together to share the love of the game, enjoy exciting conversations, and stay energized all season long. Because every football moment is better when you stay at your peak. This is Peak Global Breakfast Football Show. From rising stars to legends in the game. Heroes rise when the world is watching. Follow your heroes on Peak Superstar. The show continues here. This is Peak Global Breakfast Football Show, your daily fuel before kickoff. Brought to you by Peak Milk. Reach for your peak. On Peak Superstar today, we look at Lionel Messi's impact at the World Cup and what makes him thick even at the age of 39. Lionel Messi is dominating the 2026 World Cup, leading the Golden Boot race. Now, let's take a look at some factors behind Messi's performance. There is a tactical ecosystem that's been tailored for him to do well with the Argentine side, thanks to Lionel Scaloni, the manager of the Argentina team, who has built the squad strategy to complement Messi by allowing the other Argentine players to do the running and defensive dirty work. Messi is liberated to conserve his energy for decisive offensive moments. There's also the case where Messi himself has reinvented his play style. Rather than relying on constant sprinting, Messi has perfected a deeper playmaking role by playing as a hook between the midfield and the attack. He detects the tempo and his short attack can reach the game steps ahead of his opponents. Also, there is Messi's familiarity with the United States. Messi's time playing in the MLS has helped him adjust to the long distance travel and specific stadium environments playing across the United States. Now, these are the factors that has helped Messi stay ahead and lead all other players despite his age. This is why he's our peak superstar for today. Peak Global Breakfast Football Show continues in a moment. Don't forget, Peak Milk is the best choice of milk. This is Peak Global Breakfast Football Show. Goals, records,
A mirror slide closer. Goal number 16 in his World Cup career.
milestones.
It is now a record defeat for Brazil.
Feel the stats on Peak Numbers. If you love stats, then you definitely love this part of the show, because right here on Peak Global Breakfast Football Show, we are bringing you peak numbers as we fuel your morning with Peak Milk. Reach for your peak. Let's take a look at some stats, the numbers driving the World Cup so far. Lionel Messi is the first player to score in 7 consecutive FIFA World Cup appearances. He scored 4 straight matches in 2022 and 3 straight matches so far in the year 2026. The Democratic Republic of Congo is the 11th African country country to advance from the group stage in the FIFA World Cup and the 5th to do so for the first time in the 2026 tournament. Aged 40 years and 291 days old, Luka Modric has become the oldest player to provide an assist in a World Cup since 1966. This is Peak Global Breakfast Football Show. Every champion has a journey. Every victory is another step.
It's Argentina 3, Croatia 0.
Catch the journey on Road to Glory.
Argentina, champions of the world!
And we're wrapping up the show today with Road to Glory. After the World Cup group stage, things go from intense to do or die. In previous years, the round of 16 was the first knockout stage match, but with an expanded field of 48 teams, it is now the second round. Who are the favorites to progress to the round of 16? France and Spain are favored to win the tournament, making them heavy favorites to at least reach the second round, that is a round of 16. Now in 2014, France made it to the quarterfinals, followed by a championship run in 2018 when they won the title, and then runner-up finish in 2022 where they lost to Argentina in the final. The last time they failed to make it out of the group stage was way back in 2010. For Spain, they lost in the round of 16 both in 2018 and 2022, failing to make it out of the group stage in 2014 after winning the World Cup in 2010. But for Argentina, they are heavily favored to make it to the round of 16 as they are heavy favorites against African side Cape Verde. Now that's the show for today. I'm sure you enjoyed every bit of Peak Global Football Breakfast Show, your daily fuel before kickoff, brought to you by Peak Milk. Reach for your peak. Fortified with 28 essential vitamins and minerals, it's not just the milk, it's the official sponsor of your ambitions. Don't forget to follow Peak Milk on all social media platforms. The final whistle blows, but the tournament rolls on. Join us again on Peak Global Breakfast Football Show. Thanks for listening.
Wake up to the ultimate mix. Today's quest, today's connect, today's hustle, all on one station. Only on Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people, where the streets speak and we amplify.
Baby shark, baby shark, baby shark.
Children are a beam of sunlight. On Kiddies Playground, smart is the new cool. We have interesting activities lined up for everyone, from storytelling to games to quizzes, where you get to win loads and loads of gifts. Do you have what it takes to compete and win exciting prizes?
Few ideas and innovations that keep you earning more and staying relevant.
Every day, we engage in business, buying and selling, trading, and exchanging of services as individuals or as a country. Money goes round, it goes up and down. But have you ever wondered what business is all about? And have you ever wondered how you can stand out in your business?
Today FM has got you covered every Wednesday between the hours of 1 p.m. to 2 p.m.
Learn all you need from professionals on how the country runs its business affairs and how you can be an outstanding entrepreneur and grow your business.
Business Today. Get ready to turn up the volume and dive into the heartbeat of entertainment. From the hottest celebrity gist to trending music, movie buzz, viral moments, and behind-the-scenes drama. This is where the fun never stops. Tuning to Entertainment Today, only on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People, your station for pure entertainment. Weekdays, 11:30 a.m. Entertainment Today, where your favorite stars and stories come alive.
It all begins with breaking news.
Now make no mistake, this is a difficult mission, and it will remain difficult for some time.
Then it keeps trending. Events, issues, personalities, all struggling to gain attention. But in the race with deadlines, the intrigues, power play on the currents are often missed or underreported.
Insecurity here is basically a product of poverty.
But not anymore.
As the platform on radio steps in to fill the missing links on events, issues, and personalities in the news.
I'm not afraid of anybody. Yeah!
The platform on radio serves only the hottest topics and trending issues. Only on Today 95.1 FM.
95.1 FM.
Port Harcourt.
Weekdays, 4 p.m.
Get on the platform on radio and be served.
If you never hear say e get program wey we dey call Wetin Dey Happen.
My brother, my sister, you are sitting on a long thing. Yes, because Wetin Dey Happen na that ogbonge program wey dey come up for this ogbonge station wey they call Today 95.1 FM.
So now peace dey fine, but that negotiating with bandits, why go they negotiate with people wey dem tag criminals,
terrorists?
Tune in every weekday from Monday to Fridays, 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. Full stop.
Make you hear all the ogbonge things wey don happen for we River State, we Nigeria, and we Obodo Yibo. We go mix all together, come serve you jollof rice as e dey hot.
The voices wey you go dey hear on top Wetin Dey Happen na MC Kuro and Mary Queen.
I wan go hook person husband. I wan go fit hook person husband. I need to hook single guys so that you people no go cheat another person. On top.
Andre Gorgie on Today 95.1 FM.
All right, thank you for staying with us. Let's continue our conversation. So the latest political development is the Federal High Court's ruling on NDC. There's been a lot of interpretations to it. I'd like to take your views. Basically, my understanding is that PMP, Peace Movement Party, said NDC used their logo. I went back to the court to say the court missed that vital information. If I've missed anything, please, good thing that the lawyer said. The court missed that vital information, that the logo which the NDC claims to be their logo, that the court ordered INEC to register them as part of their documents. That logo belongs to them. They are also in the race to be registered, and that logo has been used by the NDC. That is a controversy.
Absolutely.
So the first question, let me go to Chief Adams, who is a legal practitioner. The first question is, the NDC, they say, just because you applied with that logo doesn't mean that someone else can't use that logo when you were not registered. Does the argument hold? Because a lot of people are holding different positions on it, but they do agree that the logo they use is same logo or the PMP.
That's right.
But the PMP is not registered.
That's
so
right.
for the fact that the PMP is not registered,
that's right,
it makes it open for any other person to use. I don't know if the logo is trademarked, that peace sign. I don't know if PMP, they trademarked it. Another argument is they say ordinarily, Saraki Dixon was saying, well, if you had such an issue, the place to channel it to would be to the appeal court. Take your appeal to a higher court and not the same court that gave the initial verdict. Please, Vice Adams, let me hear from you.
Now, first of all, if you look at CAC, for instance, there's what called reservation of names, because it's the same registration.
Even for political parties?
No, not political parties. I'm using for an example. If you want to register a company.
Okay.
Registration. Isn't it so?
Okay.
It's like the duties of INEC to register political parties. Duties of CAC to register companies. You understand? Similar thing is what INEC took.
Oh, similar.
This
thing
similar,
procedure.
Procedure is what INEC took. One, you come before them, you reserve that if it's 60 days, if it's 6 months, if it's 1 year, etc., that name will elapse.
Okay.
The same thing happens in with a Corporate Affairs Commission. Now, if you reserve ABC Limited, they give you reserve it. For that period of 6 months or maybe 60 days, that name is in their system, no other company can be registered with that same name. But the moment the 60 days given to you elapse, I can take that name and use it to register my company because there's no challenge. That is, it has elapsed, as the case may be. In this instance, PMP is claiming this is what ought to be. The question is this, which I've asked. They have the right to say, so they have facts within their whatever to know whether the name reservation has elapsed and now gave right, to NDC to now use the name or logo, to register for their own political party, as the case may be. Now, the question I'm asking, because I have so many issues here, I have the CTC of the ruling here.
Okay.
I have it. Now, the question I'm asking is this. If you look at when this matter came up in 2025, That was the first matter which NDC went to court. Because NDC challenged INEC and said, why have you not registered me? INEC said, you have not fulfilled one thing, blah, blah, blah. They now went to court against INEC. INEC now gave the verdict. The court
gave verdict in favor of
NDC. I said INEC should do what? Register, NDC. And that is why when you open INEC portal anytime as that, everything now is that court order, etc. as the case may be. The question I was asking, what I've been asking is this: was PNP not aware that NDC went to court with this same logo? You understand? Asking INEC to register them.
They claim they weren't joined.
They weren't joined, but were they not aware?
I'm not a lawyer.
Okay, so they made their decision and now awarded to NDC and said they should be registered. Now, after registration, you now came back to now claim this that you were not aware. In fact, what the court is acting upon, not I blame this court, but Kelly, please, if I can just read just a little part, the concluding part of the ruling.
Okay.
It's not even it's a ruling. Because you see, it's ruling. You see, I'll forward it to you when I'm done with it. Okay. It's a CTC. I got it yesterday, but I was able to just run through because purpose of enlightening people. Now look at the ending of the court order. This is it's a court order. Having carefully considered the motion or notice filed by the party affected applicant, that is the PNP, the affidavit exhibit, blah, 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 blah. I am satisfied that the applicant has established that it possesses a direct and legally recognizable interest in the subject matter of the proceedings, which culminated in the judgment delivered by this court on 10 December 2025. You understand the point now? I am further satisfied that the applicant was not afforded an opportunity to participate in the proceedings.
So he wasn't joined?
He wasn't joined. He said he was not afforded the opportunity.
So maybe they had intention to join, but...
Maybe before they joined...
That's the way it sounds.
The way it sounds. So but what I'm even saying is that I'm sure that they must have been aware.
Okay.
You understand? But legally speaking now, they still have the right. Because NDC ought to have joined them in the suit as according to them. That NDC ought to have joined them because it was logo issue that they had. At a particular level, they were arguing on it. Now they went to court that NDC ought to have, joined them. Or they would have joined. But they didn't do that. But the court is now saying they didn't afford them the opportunity. Which opportunity did afford them? Is it opportunity for them to be joined? NDC to join them or for them to join, as the case may be? That issue has not been answered, in my own opinion. Now go down. You see, I'm sorry, I'm just rushing because I picked these things out in a way. I am further satisfied that the applicant was not afforded the opportunity to participate in the proceedings whose outcome was capable of affecting his asserted interest, and that in the peculiar circumstance in this case, the requirement is fair hearing. So what the court rely on now, based on the motion or notice by PNP, is that they were denied fair hearing. In that case, that NDC got their judgment in December, as the case may be. I don't quarrel with that. The only area I have issues, with the court went further to say, because the court knew that they have already delivered judgment on 10th December. And that the moment you have delivered that judgment on 10th December, you become functions officials. Do you understand the point now? Okay. That judgment can only be appealed.
Okay.
You cannot come back and reverse yourself. That is the basic law.
Okay.
The court is aware. They made it clear here that they know that they had already delivered this judgment 10th December in favor of NDC. But they now gave reasons why they have to reverse.
So what are the reasons they gave?
Good. The reasons. Now, I cannot maybe of all these things. So at the end of the day, the court now said that applying the foregoing principle to fact, I have hesitation in holding that the applicant was a necessary and indispensable party to the proceedings we culminated in June in the judgment of 10th December. Now, the court now, I'm trying to go down there so I can quote verbatim what exactly the court was saying. But in a summary, what the court is saying because of time, what I forward it to you later. What the court is saying is that one, there were issues which were very fundamental, to the suit
that was not brought
to their notice. So, in other words, that the judgment given to NDC was obtained fraudulently. You understand the point now? That the judgment given to NDC was obtained fraudulently. That NDC ought to, because even the PNP is claiming that NDC ought to have informed the court that there was a dispute between them and, and NDC. That NDC did not, in their affidavit, inform the court of that dispute.
So that's what PNP is making that claim.
He's making the claim.
That dispute already existed before NDC went to court.
Yes. That they didn't inform the court that there was that dispute ongoing.
Of logo
ongoing. That if they had informed the court, maybe the court would have, added the acts of order that they be added to the suit etc. So the judge is now saying that this particular judgment was, gotten fraudulently, denying the PNP, who is the applicant, fair hearing. That is just a summary. You understand? But the question I'm asking this court is this. Now, yes, all the principles and rationale that the court gave by reversing itself, yes, in law it is in tandem. But if you want to reverse yourself, this particular person that wants the court to reverse itself of that decision that was taken has to act timelessly.
Okay.
Now, from December 10, 2025, till date, it's about 7 months or thereabout.
6 months.
6 months or thereabout. Did they immediately apply or made this application? Immediately the court made that decision. Did they apply immediately to that court to say, no, sir, we just got this judgment now and it's going to affect us. We were not aware of this suit and we want you to do what now? Go back on your judgment and reverse it. Did they do it timelessly? I don't think they did. The second question I'm asking is this. This court is aware that based on the judgment that was not appealed, the NDC judgment was not appealed by anybody at all. So that judgment had force. And based on that, a lot of things had, gone under the water, under the bridge. NDC had already done their primaries. NDC had already sent the names of their candidates to INEC. NDC had already promised and given certificate of returns to those who are candidates to contest in the next election. Will that not jeopardize, with this judgment now, will it not jeopardize those people, as the case may be, if you reverse that particular judgment? I think that is what the court, would have considered. Considered and say, no, I am functions officials and I know that I can reverse, but from what I've seen, in the interest of justice, why don't you go on appeal? You understand the point now? You can go on appeal.
Okay.
If you go on appeal, you file applications, that you were not part of the initial proceedings. This is the reason why you were not part of it. So and you apply to the court dismiss or struck out that matter. You cannot appeal. The court would have just struck out the matter.
So and
allow them to go on appeal.
But something would have happened. The Court of Appeal would have nullified that initial judgment based on the same faulty grounds, or perhaps ask for a retrial.
If the Court of Appeal so do, then the judge will not have much blame now.
Okay.
It will, because people are thinking that the judge has something up his sleeves by doing what he did.
Okay.
But if you ask these particular questions, as the case may be, like in Justice Lifu's case, I'm sure I have to come to Justice Lifu just a second. Justice Lifu, why did Justice Lifu give that judgment? Why did he give the judgment in that particular case when he knew that there was a stay of proceedings? He may have been acting on a Supreme Court, a principle or precedent that was set that the moment a date for judgment has been fixed, if you have fixed a reserved date for tomorrow's judgment, that judgment must be read.
No,
you
understand the point? But the counsels for ADC Accord, the counsels for ADC Accord,
in that other case,
in the Lifu's case,
yes.
In the case of the deregistration of those parties, right?
That the last one they did.
The Federal High Court case,
they gave a stay of
incorporated trustees of former lawmakers now, right? So in that case, what their counsel said was the judge was pre-informed. The judge was pre-informed of the Court of Appeal's decision before a date of judgment was given.
That is what I'm saying. Kelly, I've said that he would have left to law and precedent or Supreme Court to now address the court. I cannot deliver this my judgment today.
Okay.
Even though the judgment has been fixed for today, because one, there is a stay of proceedings which a copy I've received, and based on that, I will keep my judgment underneath.
All right.
So he went and started reading on that particular precedent that once a date has been fixed, it then means that judgment was reading.
No, that's
and
what
you
I'm
look
saying.
at what is happening to him
This
now.
is what I'm saying now. You are saying that he decided perhaps based on that.
Based on
I'm
that.
saying that from what the council said.
Yes.
And even the report they gave to the Court of Appeal,
Yes.
when the Court of Appeal decided to state the execution of that judgment,
yes,
right? They told the Court of Appeal clearly that the judge had been pre-informed before he announced a date for judgment.
Good, that's what I'm saying. Why did he still go ahead to go and read it?
Okay.
He should have just told the court as they gathered that day, oh, today I was supposed to deliver my judgment. But please, there is a stay. I cannot go ahead. He just addressed both lawyers and parties, and it would be more honorable for him to recuse himself and go back home.
All right.
A similar thing here.
Let me find out.
Kelly, when you say you are practicing a constitutional democracy, then it is expected that you must rely all your actions within the rule of that the constitution that set up the system. Today, we have political parties because they follow the procedure as recommended by the constitution. That is why we call them political parties, right? I remember vividly when this issue came, and Umar Ado, the promoter of Tikada or whatever, when he was saying he will challenge the registration of NDC, and so many issues arose that time. Some of us say this NDC, the way we are seeing NDC, will be so soaked in several issues very, very, very soon, and this is the reality. With due respect, I think Barrister here, he might correct me. The doctrine of that Fuchsia's official that he mentioned, the question is it absolute? Is it conclusive? By law, somehow it is no, because there is also windows that is open. That yes, their job is done. The judge has delivered judgment on the said matter. But can the judge revisit the matter? The question is, the answer to that question is also yes. Because when there are issues of accidental omissions and there are issues of miscalculations, it opens the room for the judge to actually look at the judgment it has delivered before to see if there are issues like this, which the judge just did. That there were certain omissions before NDC was granted that order to go compare INEC to register them. That they were not informed, and thank God the peace movement and the judge, in fact the court itself, also told us that by the CTC that Barrister just read.
They were not afforded the opportunity.
They were not afforded the opportunity to be heard, meaning there were omissions. Some information were not given to the court. Now this information has been so provided that since 2015 we have our registration request before the INEC. We don't know why INEC is refusing to register us as a party. We've met all the requirements, but why are they refusing? The judge was not privy to this information, and this information now enabled the judge to revisit and say, no, that order that I gave before, I'm withdrawing that order. And now, please, NDC, this is the current reality. So what is wrong in that? In 2013, this APC, as a political party, has similar experience. There was acronym, the APC. But the judge then, at the legal counsel, later realized and concluded that the APC approached INEC first, before the government in power, the government of former President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, according to the allegation, that later sponsor what they call the African People's Congress. So there was the issue. INEC order Ataru Jega then said, I will not register because we are having this conflict of acronym, which will not register you. The APC went ahead and proved everything that yes, we came first. We approached you first, and we have this before these people came. So why are you not registered before? And the end, APC won. And they were granted that registration by INEC. You want to steal somebody's logo, which you know the person might want to fight back. What are you supposed to have done? Do your homework. Clean the house. Probably you can even approach those persons. Convince them. Let them see reason why you are into this. But you felt that you are Alpha and Omega, because in Nigeria we believe that once I'm in government or I have certain connections, nothing happens. I can do anything I want to do. I have my way. But there are certain persons, you might be having your way, but there are certain persons who will tell you that, no, in my own time, you will not have that your way. We will fight dirty. If it means we rub ourselves on the mud, we will do so. And now they have gone back to court, asking the court, and the court has granted their request. So what is the hula baloo about? For me, the judge has not erred based on current reality and in the eyes of the law. Therefore, the NDC, who are now looking for who to blame, I think this tradition that politicians usually, exhibit before Nigeria is becoming, for me, too childish, too annoying. They don't always want to take responsibility, even when the thing is clearly that they have failed.
Okay.
They always want to push the blame to some other person, believing that, yes, there is high level of ignorance. There's high level of partisanship. That you just throw something out there, as long as it suits the emotion of certain person, people will pick it and begin to fight your battle ignorantly. Which I think is not also helping us. So the whole issue is on course. Those who is alleged to have stolen logo should go and, appease the gods and find a way, to sort them. And the issue of timing, if we say constitutionalism, the law is law. I don't think the law should be kind of, when you involve certain interest, say for time, because of the election, why don't we just do it this way so that we will accommodate this period for now, then later we'll come back. I don't think that is constitutionalism. We are not helping the law. We are not strengthening the law. What the law is the law. The law should remain the law. It shouldn't look at the interest of whether an election is approaching and all that, so that other people will run away from doing bad things.
Mr. Dokubo.
It's interesting.
Kelly, I think we need to let our judiciary help us. When you set the rules, let it cut across. Kelly, when Hope Uzodinma became governor, you remember? It was Supreme Court, isn't it? Barrister is already chuckling. How did he become governor? He was fourth.
Yes.
He came fourth. There was calculation of the vote, and there was a miscalculation. After the judgment was given, the other lawyers went back to the Supreme Court to say, look, see the calculations upon which you based your judgment. Look at the arithmetic. It didn't tally. But what did the Supreme Court say? We are not final because we are infallible. We are infallible because we are final. That's how Uzodinma became governor. So, Supreme Court refused to reverse itself in the face of clear miscalculation. Talking about functions official, whatever. And they said they couldn't.
But they reversed themselves before now.
But here in this case,
have they not reversed themselves?
I don't know. You can tell me about that one.
Didn't they reverse themselves in the case of
which court?
Supreme Court?
No,
in the case of APC,
yes.
Toyeko,
Yes.
Toyeko and Co.
Even the Amechi, whatever, that they said we should not use as precedent, etc. as the
So they reverse themselves.
They can reverse it, but there are conditions that must be very, very cogent.
So I've learned here that I hope I can say it correctly. That the judgment is a discretion of the judge's interpretation of the law.
Absolutely. Yes.
Right?
Absolutely. Legal opinion.
So at the point where they are in court and they are hearing this matter, when a judge gives his judgment, it is assumed that the necessary boxes that needed to be ticked for the set conditions for reversal would have been ticked.
Of course. Based on facts before them.
Before the judge.
So, the point I'm making is simple. make it easy for
Are you still making that same point?
No, make it easy for Nigerians to accept when it comes out, because they probably won't be able to. This issue of discretion, when you put your discretionary reason becomes not so logical. When they don't really align, it becomes an issue. Now, in this case, it is easy for Justice Johnson to say, oh, we did not include this one, and therefore, under the law, we can reverse. I can reverse myself.
You know, again, he actually said, they did not tell me. They did not bring it to the knowledge of this court.
Kelly,
that this contention existed.
They did not. Who was supposed to do that?
So he's saying, he's saying from the CTC that giving them the benefit of the doubt, that the decision I made, which I believed would have been a display of fairness and justice, indeed, on the foundation which we are now discovering was faulty, cannot be said to have been delivered in the spirit of fairness and justice.
That is what he just said.
That's what he just said, right?
That's
what he said.
Yes. So Kelly, I clearly understand. But that judgment by itself, that's the court of first instance. So in itself, it is not even final.
Of course.
Whoever parties that are involved, or there is feeling that they have been undone, have a window.
But that's the same way the current NDC has a window now.
No, what is happening now? See the issue of when Barrister Adams was talking about timelessness. The issue is this: if you say you are going to retry, how long will it take? Time is ticking, and the political process won't wait.
No, but you also agree, like the ADC did. They went to the higher court. In fact, the ADC had to take their matter to the Supreme Court.
No,
and the Supreme Court cleared the way for them to have some reprieve. That case is still ongoing.
It's still.
So all hope is not lost for the ADC.
Of course, the NDC.
The NDC.
Of course. At this moment, they said they are going to appeal court to. So it is, the point I'm making is that let the judiciary make it easy for Nigerians to actually trust them, because these inconsistencies are becoming like too much. In the first place, too many. I also asked, NDC sued INEC, isn't it? In all of this, INEC is central to all the cases, isn't it?
It was seen.
The PMP.
You don't even know their name.
I don't. This one is strange now. They just came out from nowhere. I don't understand. They're not even a registered party.
I too did not. I
didn't know until now. They were only a political association as it stands now.
Yes.
Is it not?
Yes.
They don't even register this thing, so I wouldn't know. Now, even the registered ones, do I know all of them? What is it? We have only how many? Until cases will come, and then we'll get to hear a lot of them. Now, if INEC was aware of this, and INEC was a party in that suit, I would have thought that. Did INEC not go there to defend itself? So what was INEC's own defense that it put up? Would INEC not ordinarily have said, see, these are the facts of this matter. There is a political, why we have not registered this one. It's because of this logo matter. And there's an association that,
Isn't it also possible that the main contention why INEC had issues registering the NDC may not have been logo issue?
May not have been logo issue.
It's possible. Isn't it possible?
INEC refused to register NDC.
On the basis of what?
On the basis of what?
See.
On the basis of what? Do you know
Why did they refuse?
Do you know the reasons why INEC refused to register the NDC?
Kelly, you asked this question now. This was what I expected the NDC to actually put forward before Nigerians. That why INEC refused to register us was because ABCD. But they did it.
Those facts have already been canvassed in the court.
So see, INEC now, there is a way INEC will take side and say, we refuse to register the NDC. For an instance, so we refuse to register the NDC based on logo, whatever. Now, some Nigerians will come. Oh, because they have been given rice.
No, but at least
that is why they are not taking side.
No, it will be in public. It will be in public domain because, frankly speaking, I'm not sure a lot of Nigerians followed the NDC registration at the time and the saga in court.
No.
A lot of Nigerians didn't even care about it.
Yes.
We didn't care about it, right?
Yes.
It was here that Mr. Momo said NDC is on the basis of court ordered. It was Mr. Momo that said, I'm like, oh, really? You go on INEC website, you see it's court ordered registration of NDC. So what could be the reasons why INEC refused to register them?
That could be found in the suit, the original suit.
Exactly.
The court decided on the 10th of
that's NDC's case.
NDC's case.
Against INEC.
And that may have taken some time, isn't it?
And look at what happened in that suit. If you look at that suit, is that suit even originated from Kogi State. That is how the local court, delivered judgment between Barrister Takori Mohammed Sani. You understand? Who is a pro tem national secretary NDC, Barrister Ikena Morgan, Abdul Mumuni Ohiare Abdul whatever, state chairman NDC Kogi State, Pius Uboaja, versus independent what's it called now, INEC. That is the matter that was decided.
What's the substance of it?
The substance of that matter is what I am asking, that we need to see what was, because INEC is the defendant.
It's not in the
it's not there. The court only referred to it.
Okay.
That they gave judgment. So what was the defense of INEC in being a defendant in that first suit? What was their affidavit evidence? What was there to say, no, we are not going to register. We didn't register this NDC
for this
because of these reasons. And why did these people, the question I'm asking here now is that, why is that the NDC Kogi State is the one that even went to court, not the national NDC, talking about logo. Issue of logo should be the national. Is it not so?
Something.
If it's logo, I'm sure there are more. To meet the eye than what we are saying here.
The NDC is one. Yes. The NDC is one. So it doesn't matter whether at anywhere it eventually affects the national.
But the state shouldn't be the one to pursue
it is only one registration. It is one registration, single registration.
Which is the national.
So if whatever affects the national will affect the state, whatever affects the state, as long as it touches on the registration, it is a national matter. The national will have to be called in. So it might originate there, but definitely the national level will call into as party to that suit. I can say that because I know how it works in my union. Okay. So for me, for these persons to now feign ignorance that such a matter was, and it didn't just happen. What we are talking about is decision day. That is December 10th. That's judgment day. That matter must have dragged on for a while. Leading to that day.
But they are not party to it, they are not party now.
Why did they not apply to be joined?
When you say party to it, you are hearing something that is going to affect you. It is going on.
And they just
didn't stay away.
They were denied.
Who denied them? Is it the judge? Is it the same judge?
Have made that attempt.
So is it the same judge that denied
it? The denier can come in this way. Number one is that the problem we are having is this. I may see something here on pages of newspaper. I will pretend I say officially I have not been notified. So what I look at, because a multiple of issues have come out on this. Number one is that the original suit. I am wondering, because I've asked those pertinent question. Why did the applicants in that suit, bring in only INEC as the sole defendant in that suit? Why did they not bring in a PMP? I now found that the reason why they did not bring in PMP, in my opinion, is that they felt that PMP was not a registered body that can sue and be sued. Maybe that is, I'm just trying to hazard guesses. Maybe that is the reason why they did not include them as a second defendant in the suit.
That means
so it is possible to say, because for you to sue, you must look at the entity. Whether it's a juristic personality or it's a human being,
so was it considered to be an authority?
An authority, you understand? So maybe they felt that, you understand that, including a PMP that has not been registered, it does not have that juristic personality for it to not be for it to be sued or not to be sued. So they now skipped it. But the pertinent question here, for me, is that in the affidavit evidence, I am very sure that NDC may have deposed to the fact that the reason why we are here is because of issue of logo. Maybe that is why INEC did not register us. INEC cannot begin to, deny us registration.
That we have
Because
met all the
we
requirements.
have met all the requirements, just logo. So INEC cannot begin to, deny us that registration based on logo, whereas the person that reserved that logo is not a juristic personality, has not, used the logo within the time stipulated.
In that case, which is most,
You understand? I'm just trying to
it's
hazard.
logical. What
I'm
you have
just
said
trying
is
to hazard.
logical. But in that same, listen, that is where I asked, what was INEC's own defense?
That is the
What
question
did
we're
they put
asking.
out?
So we need
I'm
to.
no, the question now, I'm sorry.
The only way
Yes.
to answer it is to find exactly, go back to that case.
We must have to look at the affidavit
We have to
evidence
go
and
back to
defense.
that case.
But there's a dangerous precedent. Let me show this now. Let me say, because you see why, but I just, scanned through some of these things before my detailed reading of all these things. Now look at one of the orders given, is that this one I find very, very interesting. You say number 4, order 4 says, the parties shall be at liberty to take all necessary and permissible procedural steps under the rules of this court for the effectual determination of the substantive dispute. What is the substantive dispute? You understand the point? That is what the judge is saying here.
That dispute is the logo now.
So which means it's the logo. It means that matter is lying there.
The matter is still there.
It's still there. So even if, because what the MDC appealed is this particular ruling.
Yes.
It's not a judge, it's a ruling.
Yes.
That is what they appeal. So the court of appeal may say, okay, the judge was wrong, blah, blah, blah. They notify this, but go back to that
matter.
The main matter.
But what it will mean is the INEC will not proceed with obeying that initial order.
Initial DC.
That said the registered.
Absolutely, yes.
It will be the same case as the ADC.
And I people argue that, and I people argue because we have it on authority. The court did not make, consequential. It may really consequential, but not a direct order to say deregister.
But it is the.
I understand. That's why I said consequential orders. But it didn't say deregister. So, for instance, once you have a stay, if NDC can get a stay, you understand, execution, etc. as case may be, they can continue what they are doing. So, no need for us to enter the politics, as case may be.
Under that futures official, I will make mention the other time.
Please, you continue.
When we talk about the avenue open for a judge to revisit the judgment it has delivered. It is from the information gathered that Seraki Dixon and his group, which is the NDC, let me use NDC and just forget about the name. The reason they told the court that they have met all requirements as stipulated by law to be registered as a political party, but INEC is refusing to register them. That was why the judge, based on the information provided to the judge that they have met all requirements, that was the judge that gave that order to INEC to register.
Did he hear from INEC?
Eh?
Did the judge hear from INEC?
Hear from INEC in what context?
The judge INEC has refused to register me. INEC, is he supposed to hear from INEC why they are refusing?
Okay, so I'm getting multiple feelers here.
Yes.
I think it's the second one. So this one says INEC refused to register NDC because they claim NDC logo looked like APC logo, which is a broom, and that was the reason.
Okay. So not even the victory sign.
Not even the victory sign. That's what some contributors on our WhatsApp
You
channel.
mean it?
Okay, some contributors.
But see, Kelly,
but we would have to go and confirm.
Those
We would have to go and
things.
confirm exactly what were the
INEC,
root issues.
Yeah, what in INEC
Yeah.
defend.
Yes,
What they defend. But I
to-
want to say, with due respect, sorry,
I have
Kelly.
to move on to another issue.
Okay, I just wanted to
No,
add
no, I
something.
have to move
One
on.
sentence.
I have to move on.
Just one
No, I have to move on.
Joe, there is something Rofaka say, but it's very important. Just one sentence, please.
Yes,
I know there are corrupt judges, allegedly. And we know our legal system is not perfect. But there are cases where the legal system seems to be perfect and the judges are right. But
And this is
based
one
on-
of them for you.
And based on emotion, sometimes we just try to, rub everything.
And this is one of them for you.
No, that is the issue of Hope Uzodima.
Okay, let's. But I have to move on. Atiku calls out Tinubu. This will be quick takes. Atiku calls out Tinubu because of this ruling. Atiku to Tinubu, if you're popular, don't fear free, fair elections. I'm going to race through it. Nigerians are now seeing the true colors of President Tinubu, who pretends to be a Democrat, but his body language and the sinister activities of his agents contradicts his mouthed commitment to free and fair elections. Participation of citizens in a free, fair, and credible poll is the soul of democracy, and any attempt to stifle such freedom of choice could be a trigger to chaos and anarchy. If you're truly popular and your policies are positively better the lives of the citizens, you shouldn't be afraid of a free and fair competition. They say all of these things put together. He even said that previous administration did not try to deregister political parties when they were there. He said previous administration, it's only Tinubu administration that is doing it.
It's a lie.
Fat, lie.
At this point, you think Atiku has spoken well? I'll be taking quick reactions so I can open the phone lines.
Kelly, I think he's, in all of this, he's an opposition person. So, what would you expect from him? I'm not going to rely on what he's saying
opposition talk, yeah?
as far as this matter is concerned. Yes, because I just think it's
opposition talk.
It's opposition talk.
Okay. Amy.
Kelly, Atiku is an opposition party, in fact, a candidate. And they believe that the land is so fertile that when you throw anything there, it will just germinate, irrespective of whether the thing is factual or is false. Just throw it and let it align to certain sentiments. People will carry it and say that is the fact and that is the truth. I just make sure in 2013, where APC was about registering, and the government then sponsored African People's Party to go, halt the registration of the APC. And we saw in several other cases, there are many.
All right.
And I don't think that, based on reality, it is the APC or the presidency that is after these political parties. You refuse to obey law. You refuse to submit to rule of law. Suffer the consequences and stop blaming people.
Okay. Chief Adams.
Atiku is playing to the gallery as a politician. Let me correct that impression he made. In 2019-2020, this country here, the total number of political parties in Nigeria were about 94. A court, came through. Even Femi Falana supported the registration of political parties, as the case may be, when they don't meet the threshold.
Exactly.
Now, at the end of the day, from 94, it was sprung down by the courts to 20. I think we have 27 now, 20, whatever parties now. So about 70 political parties were chalked off this thing.
We're wasting money printing.
Yeah, he said because the reason they gave us that time was that if you have 100 political parties printing ballot papers, with 100 whatever, it's cumbersome for INEC. Femi Falana supported, civil society organizations in Nigeria supported, and that was the modus where that particular federal high court deregistered those parties.
Okay.
People were shouting, nobody paid attention to it. Today it's affecting them, and people are complaining. So, we should be fair in our assessment.
All this logo brouhaha involving the NDC is sponsored by the APC to destabilize the party ahead of the 2027 election, which will eventually lead to their deregistration. It's quite unfortunate. Simply goodness from Malakaya, you sent that message. You have the phone lines. I called it earlier, so let's go. 08109. Good morning. Today 95.1.
Good morning, Kelly Kamanja.
Morning. Please go on.
Kamanja, my name is Michael. I'm calling from Oibo. Kelly Kamanja, there is something I just want to say. President Tinubu, if President Tinubu allows free and fair election, he will fall. Kelly Kamanja, President Tinubu will not allow free and fair election now. Please, if you want him to win, let him just do the normal distance. Because we will not allow that one to happen now. If you don't want Tinubu, do you want P2B to win, or do you want Atiku Abubakar to win, if President Tinubu go his way to make sure that he wins, no free and fair election, we have INEC, we have judicial, we have police. So that's what I want to tell you. President Tinubu is going to win.
All right, thank you. Just call me Kelly. Leave the surname. Let there be peace.
Morning.
Welcome, sir.
This is Madiba.
Madiba, please go on.
I want to bring this issue of registration. It's not perpetual, though. It's 90 days. If after 90 days, the law is clear that INEC did not respond to you after submitting all the necessary things, it deemed it evaporated. just like corporate affairs has about the same 90 days or thereabout, or 60 or 90 days. It is clear. So people submitted whatever, and they were not registered. And the time frame of 90 days has expired. The law again says if you want to register a new party, it will take 12 months. And this whole thing starts the very year we all know. And this is the government judgment 2025.
Thank you so much, Madiba, for your contribution. Good morning, today 95.1. Welcome.
Yeah, good morning, Kelly.
Morning, Special Douglas. Please go on.
The NDC plagiarism case, Kelly. Should I keep this in like people and all those ones who point accusing figures at Tinubu, as if Tinubu is the one who sent NDC to go and see people's logo? The claim is that parties in the past had used other logos, holds no water because successive military tribunals then abolished previous political party activities, and that's why subsequent Republican parties use other logos and symbols and even names, which is why the NDC exists today. But that isn't the situation today between this political dispensation because the Republic is still existing, and the PNP have that logo already with INEC as theirs. Secondly, the NDC chairman, in admitting their criminal and fraudulent judgment with the court, actually confessed that he was to go to INEC for the upload code. Now, he's claiming that the INEC had already deprived them of...
95.1, good morning.
Good morning, Kelly.
Welcome, sir.
I am Prince, calling you from Ablona. Court in Nigeria, or I will say, the ruling party in Nigeria will cause problem in Nigeria. That is the problem. Because I don't see any reason why they cannot follow constitution. Let's go back to what happened in ADC. The judgment they give against the ADC, whether judgment or ruling, I don't know. Although the case is still in the court till today. Abi Tinubu just wants a coronation, or he doesn't want election, or what? Why is all this one? We are waiting, and we are also watching. I remember Prince from Abloma.
Good morning, today 95.1. Welcome.
Good morning, Kelly and your guest.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
The reason that is made public to us to understand why NDC take the INEC to court is because INEC says they refuse to register NDC because their logo resemble the one of APC. Not this case now that these people now that are coming up, we don't even hear about them. And if these people know that the logo is their own, why don't they apply to join the case before even the judge give the ruling? All this one is just the handwork of the ruling party to destabilize the opposition so that they will remain alone. For me alone, Nigeria they should not waste their money printing any card. Let Tinubu carry on since they don't want challenge from anywhere. Thank you, and that is my take.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, today 95.1. Welcome.
Yeah, Kelly. Good day to you and your guest.
Good
day, sir.
Kelly, as a lawyer, I am. It is indeed right law that it is not for me to request you to join in my case. It is you who feels that your matter or that the result of the outcome of that matter will affect you to join, not me.
That makes sense.
You to join.
That makes sense.
Therefore, it is not supposed to be NDC to request the peace party or peace movement to be joined. Then secondly, the issue of joining peace, PMB, I don't know their name again.
PMB.
Thank you. It is not a legal entity yet that, and I assure you that if they had joined, if NDC had joined the PMB, sincerely, the court may have denied that judgment on the ground that they are not legal entities.
All right.
That is the law.
Thank you. Final call, today 95.1. Good morning.
Kelly, good morning.
Morning.
My name is Abubakar. I'm calling from Monet, where rain is pouring here. Kelly, I want to say that what is happening to Rivers State government budget is that sometimes when there is conflict
we find that truth started coming out. If there's not quarrel, nobody could have been asking of details of budgeting and all that. We have not hearing it before. And on NBC, the registration, I think is because of the popularity of Peter Obi that is happening. So I'm not seeing any. If assuming Peter Obi was not there, he's not there. Nobody can be hearing the registration of NBC and not that, all those party logo, mushroom logo. If there is no logo, they'll still find another thing to prove as an evidence. Maybe their slippers is caught, or one of their shoes is not sizing them well. So I don't think. I think it's just because of the popularity of Peter Obi.
All right, let's squeeze in this one as final call. Good morning. Welcome.
Hello. Good morning, Mr. Kelly, Chief Unduku, and the girls in the studio. A blessed new week to you and a bad one to all the bad politics and shine. And people will wish us, our mama and our daughter as well. Say me the fry akara, what have you? And kulukuli, Mr. Kelly, you see, the truth is that as long as we are deceiving ourselves as Nigerians, we keep saying, the little school where we are going, we keep saying we have three arms of government, the judiciary, the legislature, and the executive. But here, all we see in physical, we see now the executive, now in the appoint person for the legislative office, now the executive, now they build quarters for the judges and everything, and you tell me that the judges should pass a fair judgment against the executive. How will that be possible in this country? Now, in fact, just look at what they are doing. The executive can no longer build local housing for their civil servants. Now, judges, they will go build mansions for them, do this.
I've tried now. Sam, I gave you more time. You're the only one who gets more time here. Anybody who is tracking can tell. That's a fact. All right, let's race. We have to go through the other platforms. On Facebook, Oyema Sylvester Kanayo, yes, I joined an article to challenge President Tinubu, who claims his administration is doing fantastically well, to allow opposition to exist and the people to choose their leaders through ballot. Thank God, Abilita Twebu, if truly Mr. President said he has done well in all the sectors of the economy, and he believes that he would win next year's general election, he should allow other political parties to breathe. I'm not Atiku's fan, but I support what he said. Chidadi Matthias, Atiku Abubakar said the truth because Tinubu is afraid of the latest opposition party despite having about 32 or 34 governors in his party. So if Tinubu claims he built Lagos and knows the game well, then he should stay neutral and allow our votes to come to test his popularity. Hamilton Prince, Atiku is totally correct, but the judiciary should help Nigerian democracy by doing the needful. Skillful Bureau, President Tinubu will not allow such a thing to happen because he will lose. Apollos Jr., all the problems they have in their party, is it Tinubu that caused them? Is it Tinubu that would teach them how to join party without litigations? Hello, John. Good morning, Kelly and the panelists. Atiku's statement is right. Unfortunately, Tinubu, APC, and other government apparatus will not allow that to work. What a shame, okay, to a man who claims to be a Democrat. All right. General Post, Dr. Mrs. Sima Libera from Warrior, there is no way we can have one party system in this country because if we do, nobody will question the government of the day and hold it accountable, who then will speak on behalf of the masses. All right. Effiong Inam, it's my turn to lead Imo. I am one statement. Turn, like it's a birthright. They don't turn this thing to the way they do kingship. And Agbado first start them. All right. Chile Edwin, the FCCPC should act and not just bark without biting. Teachers should learn not to transfer their aggression to the classrooms, though an unfortunate incident, as Peter Obi has been caged by Siraki Dixon, unknown to him and his followers. Wachiku Kennedy Chinedu from Voice of Mbise. Good morning, everyone in the studio. INEC denying access codes to NDC and other parties is quite worrisome, disheartening, undemocratic, and should be highly condemned. It's obvious that the ruling government in power have allegedly murdered democracy and are doing everything within their power to subjugate and destabilize opposition. All right. Contribution from Facebook. We thank you. Traditional SMS. Let's go there. Good morning, Kelly and the panelists. The federal government is busy witch hunting the opposition parties through the court and have failed to do something on fuel price and gas, which affects all of us on a daily. Very unfortunate. The person encouraging people to sell akara, why not show example with your children? Mr. Dennis, why are they vexed like this? Eh? Now, wow. I hope Ayamu would not run back to claim the secretaryship of the PDP when the obvious happens again in Imo State. I was thinking about this too. Kanu, that's a contribution. This one on state police. I didn't talk about state police today. Oh, thank you. Okay, so okay, Jumbo did less than 24 hours, 800 billion. Well, okay, we'll confirm. Under Edison, no, it wasn't 24 hours. It wasn't 24 hours. No, sir. Igwe Osundu. Go and check again. It wasn't 24 hours. It was more than 24 hours. In fact, we were even thinking that it was going to be 24 hours, but it took like a week before the governor assented to that. But before they finished it, it wasn't 24 hours. Mr. Trump should start talking about Nigerian Christians because the arrival of his men here, we're not feeling their impacts. IMO could be right because Tinubu did it and he's working for the president. Who knows what may have been discussed. Mr. Uju, your contribution, thank you. Governor Donediri of Bayelsa Central, while Senator Dixon is of Bayelsa West. They don't belong to Olivia from Alu. Now your matter be that. NDC, can a judge just wake one morning and review his previous judgment without the plaintiff applying for the review? I ask because I have not heard the plaintiff apply for a review. All right, what's her name? I don't see it. Mr. Law. Okay, let's move on. If Honorable Amewule has truly been screened into House of Reps, then he should have lured his colleagues into signing the budget with the speed of light to enable him prepare for his sumptuous position in Abuja. Emma Anayo, that is your position. This is Mark Don. Their boss might have informed them what is contained in the budget. I think it's the reason for the speedy passage. Remember that election is around the corner. Mark Don from Illinois. Okay. Good morning, Kelly and the crew. Please, in the case of PMP and NDC, I want to ask, in the court verdict that authorized the registration of NDC as a party, was there no time frame for the NDC to have gone for the appeal? PMP that has not been registered as a party, has it any constitutional right to stop the party that first registered as a party and with a logo to stop using the logo? Aaron Akalawo from Aba, a contribution, thank you. Apart from the court being functus officio, the time to even appeal that judgment, both at any high court or appellant court, has elapsed. This judgment is provocative in all instances, as even the so-called PMP is a mere age grade association. What is your name? Okay, some of you are no longer saying your names. So that if I read your comment before, I will not see your name and not read it again. It's all right. It's not like WhatsApp. WhatsApp, I can delete your previous message, but we can still see history. All right, Abayo Kinsley, I doubt if NDC can turn the court judgment. Anyway, I wish them well. The problem of petrol reduction lies in the hands of the government, but they are insensitive to the plight of the people. President Tinubu should resign. Abayo Kinsley from Rumokuta, that is your contribution. Let me just be sure that I haven't left out any message. In fact, you hit the nail on the head concerning fuel price. The reduction should come first from the depot. The filling stations have no choice but to reduce their prices because competition will set in for the filling stations, and they can now sell in return at lower prices. You don't expect fuel stations to sell below what they buy from the depot. Richard, your contribution, thank you so much. Government removes subsidy without a functional refinery. This is a government that lacks focus. Yet they depend on one man's refinery and are pushing the ambition to rule the people again. They even promise to give constant power to citizens, and if not, they should not be voted. A government that cannot protect lives and properties is a failed government. Kelly from Port Harcourt, that is your contribution. All right. Kizito, it's like that in business too. Market easily goes up when markets increase, but it doesn't go down rapidly. Rather, it's only competition that can drag it down. So to market the same thing that is being experienced there too, it's even I, Kelly, will do the same thing. Kizito, thank you. Atiku is spot on. Tinubu himself knows he's not sellable to the masses. He's just a bad product that's not marketable. For Rivers issue, the 2016 budget of 307 billion was presented on December 18, 2015, passed by the House of Assembly, and assented to by the Wike 24 hours later, Michael Sunday. I doubt it. When I say I doubt it, I doubt it. I can't check. We don't have government in Nigeria. That is why they pay deaf ears on the cry of the people over capitalist and so-called government extortion through high inflation. All right, you didn't tell us the name. Gift Joseph, the issue of teachers' excessive discipline to students is becoming too much because there's how a teacher will flog a child, especially under the age. You as a parent cannot take it. So teachers should be careful in dealing with students. Though I do not support the beating of the teacher. Those involved should face the law. Gift Joseph, thank you for your contribution. John Wagugu, on the River State budget, it seems to me that the budget is not meant for the people, but for the political class and their associates. So long as we have wrong democracy, wrong things will keep happening. John Owagugu, that is your contribution. Okay, Dave, we read this message from you. We even talked about it. How can Peter Obi go to NDC without doing background checks? A party that is on INEC register for by court order, common sense should have told him that the order may be vacated or overruled by a higher court. Same way he joined ADC without knowing full well that he can't wrestle with Atiku in the primaries. Veli DK, your contribution, thank you. Too many commercials. What? If we don't do commercials, let me answer you. Let me answer you. If we don't do commercials, we go close. I go house. So you don't want us to do commercials? Pay. I will come here, I go do my work. My boss will pay me at the end of the month. We'll buy diesel. We'll service the generator. We'll pay for internet. The station will run. We'll pay our NEPA bills. So we have to do commercials. We've been sounding very diplomatic because that's how we keep this a business. The government is not giving you subvention. What does that mean? The government is not giving you money as support. You have to hustle to stay afloat. I went to the cinema the weekend and I was pained. I'm like, look at the bustle that this place used to be. A shadow of itself. And I'm asking myself, how are they keeping it afloat? And then my friend said, the cost of living is pushing people to make drastic decisions. But that is also a business. So when you get upset that we're doing commercials, if we don't do commercials, we'll close and go. I don't answer on that. There are stations here that when you do commercials, commercials. So you have this one, we're managing it. Pray that we can bring your commercials here if you like to listen to this place. Now, wow. Louis from Rukboko, it's my turn to lead Imo. Ayanwu declares, what a way to rephrase a Miloko. Fela sang everything a turn by turn. So they perform government magic. The looting has always been on a turn by turn. Well, Louis, I think I should just begin to bother less about some of your contributions if you just want to go on a rant. Okay, I didn't see a voice note today. It's 11:27. I think that's a good time for us to go. Thank you all for being part of the show. Tomorrow we'll bring commercials again. I'm going to ask the traffic officer. We have a lot. We have to do commercials so that when they pay salary this month, the business runs this month. Next month, we are sure that when I want to come to work, nobody will call me, Kelly. Money not do for diesel. All this stuff, you think is for what? To make you excited? No. Get excited, bring your adverts. That's why informing, educating you, and entertaining you. We're also making money. It's a business. Obaka Dokubo, Vice President, NUJ Zone F.
Court order NDC. Court order INEC to register NDC in 2025. Peter Obi joined NDC in May 2026. So how is it that because of the influence of Peter Obi in NDC, they get informed? It's very important.
Chief Asim Adams, Esquire, legal practitioner, co-convener, Access to Justice International Port Harcourt. Thank you.
Kelly, thank you so much. But I just want to drop my last word.
Quickly.
Judiciary, I think it's high time, because that is the bulk of where the blame come now, about the rots.
I'm out of time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. That's our show. Kelly Kemejima is my name. Good morning.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Get ready to turn up the volume and dive into the heartbeat of entertainment. From the hottest celebrity gist to trending music, movie buzz, viral moments, and behind-the-scenes drama. This is where the fun never stops. Tuning to Entertainment Today, only on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People, your station for pure entertainment. Weekdays, 11:30 a.m. Entertainment Today, where your favorite stars and stories come alive.
I'm not saying this. Entertainment Today on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Welcome. It's a new week, and Wednesday we'll get into a new month, 1st of July. I don't know how excited I am about that, but I mean it's progress, so good one. Good morning. My name is Queen Chima. Now I'm Anastasia Benjamin. It's
Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People, June 29, Monday 2026. Whoo, so much to wrap our hands around.
from YC's parking conversations last week.
Yeah, I
Uprising
mean,
Fela
Don and I
culture.
didn't really sit down to have that conversation because I was like, let's have this conversation because this is a lot.
Yeah.
But then,
are you sat?
I don't think I told from what I said the last time. Like everybody in Nigeria is an Olodo because the fact that let me tell you something. The fact that some people are trying to be like, I'm not part of the Olodo makes you even more Olodo because you can't see the fact that you're not seeing that you're an Olodo.
Okay, so I think it's a little not nice this Monday morning to say everybody in Nigeria is an Olodo. You know, Olodo, the word is from Yoruba.
Why is everybody irritated? Why is everybody irritated about it?
What does the word mean first? I think it means someone who doesn't know anything. Is that what it means, literally? And that's no, that's not true.
But they call Pella, and everybody's saying yes, Pella is an Olodo.
No, so the listener is not an Olodo. A lot of people listening are not Olodo, and it depends on this categorization. It depends on, I mean, how you want to put it, what you want to say, right? So YC, I was saying this morning that the PR that they did with that video and everything was good, because I'm seeing a lot from PR perspectives these days. I mean, that's a major comeback for him after 5 years.
No, it's not about the PR thing. I like the fact that this is the first conversation Nigerians are having that brings everybody together to come, like, from your different point of view, come and say it how it is. We're not fighting feminism. We're not fighting, tribal, whatever. This is a conversation that doesn't need you to be a particular person. You just come and say it the way you feel. Like it's from the conversation that I can tell, okay, is this person smart? Is this person not smart? Right? Because we saw that Divri saying, everybody's not on Olodo, but in the conversation you can see the Olodo thing in its way. So that's what I'm saying. At the end of the day, everybody's an Olodo because you feel like your point is what I should take, and you shouldn't take my point. So it just makes us a bunch of jokers.
An angle he was trying to buttress is the fact that we are promoting more of what we shouldn't, right, as a country. Important conversations that are had, most times trivialized. People who come out and do whatever on social media. Social media is now like a space where, be foolish, act out anything and get followers and make money.
Who said so? Nobody's saying that.
Meanwhile, he said uprising. It means like it's
you choose that part of that's the only part that is being rewarded. So people tend to do it. The fact that you don't want to do that doesn't mean that you are any less or better person. I don't really like that conversation because the more you're trying to convince me that this is the right thing, and I'm telling you this is not the right thing. At the end of the day, we are dragging something that doesn't even have an end point.
I watched that interview yesterday because we also need to take conversations contextually, right? Sometimes, one part is just picked, and for clickbait and all, that would sell. Mentioning Pella, mentioning Olodo Uprising, mentioning the Yahoo culture, people really want to know. And then YC, where's YC been? It's been years and all of that. So I watched the conversation from beginning to end. I saw the perspectives that he was trying to drive, but that was guts. I mean, calling out the name, calling out Pella, that was some guts, right? But he still also said, I don't have a problem with Pella. I don't have a problem with it. I just feel that this is what we are our society is turning into. But I understand that he also had to put on that courage to put out whatever he did. That's why I called the PR part of it. There's a part where he was interviewed on Pulse, and Pulse asked him, who is your least favorite rapper? And he mentions, what's this guy's name? The guy that had issues around what's his name? Speed Darlington.
Okay.
Yeah. So these are talks that would generate conversations. So
don't you see that
from that angle?
Don't you see that the reason why this thing is even going is because it's Pella itself?
Yeah.
Because you need Pella in the conversation for it to go this way. If you didn't probably call Pella, we will be talking about this Olodo uprising.
Then again, I was thinking, last weekend, the president's wife talked about kulikuli and akara. I don't want to go deep into all the perspective that she put out there. And then we started seeing memes. I mean, people saying they started selling akara. People say they started selling kulikuli. They started businesses. And I was wondering, asking these questions, do Nigerians trivialize serious things, or just make it lighthearted? Or that's just a way that we try to cope. From Olodo uprising to akara and kulikuli, why Nigerians turn everything into content. Every week in Nigeria, someone says something. YC talked about the Olodo uprising, and Remi Tinubu mentioned akara and kulikuli, and within hours, TikTok, X, Instagram, and Facebook are flooded with memes, skits, remixes, and funny videos. Are Nigerians so quick to turn almost everything into entertainment? Are Nigerians the funniest people online, or just coping? have memes become our ways of discussing serious issues? I mean, let's get your texts.
If you do anything serious, they'll arrest you. So we have to make it content.
All right, let's get back on the news. Let's get to the news rather. On the foreign scene, where we did see the BET Awards, Cardi B, Tiana Taylor, Kendrick Lamar shine at 2026 BET Awards. An American actress and singer Tiana Taylor and hip hop Joe Clips emerged as the biggest winners at the 2026 BET Awards, taking home 3 awards each during the ceremony held at the Peacock Theatre in Los Angeles on Sunday. The event, hosted by comedian Drewski and broadcast live on BET, also saw Kendrick Lamar and Kehlani secured 2 awards apiece, according to a post on Billboard. Taylor capped off a remarkable year by winning Best Actress, Video Director of the Year, and the newly introduced Fashion Vanguard Award. She was also honored with the prestigious Icon of the Year award, one of 3 honorary recognitions presented during the ceremony. Clips dominated the music categories, winning Album of the Year for Let God Sort Them Out, Best Group and Best Collaboration for Chains and Whips, their hit collaboration with Kendrick Lamar. Lamar added to his impressive BET Awards record by winning Best Male Hip Hop Artist for a 9th time, further extending his lead as the most decorated artist in the category. Kehlani claimed her first Best Female R&B Pop Artist Award, ending Caesar's 3-year reign in the category, and also won Video of the Year for her hit song Folded. British singer Olivia Dean, who earlier won Best New Artist at the Grammy Awards, replicated the feat at the BET Awards, becoming only the 5th artist to win the category at both ceremonies. Cardi B secured the Best Female Hip Hop Artist Award, her 3rd career winning the category and first since winning consecutive honors in 2018 and 2019. In the film category, Sinners, directed by Ryan Coogler, won Best Movie, while Michael B. Jordan took home the Best Actor award for his performance in the film, his 4th win in the category. Music legend Miss Lauryn Hill received the inaugural Living Legend Icon Award, while veteran music executive Silva Ron was honored with the Ultimate Icon Award. 16-year-old journalist Jaslyn Guerra, popularly known as Jazzy World TV, won the Young Stars Award for her celebrity interviews and growing influence in entertainment journalism. Did you follow the BET news and all?
I just like the fact that Thames performed and it was really good.
Absolutely, it was a good performance. I'm going to get sneak peek into it. Let's see how much of that we can cover, and we'll listen to her performance. And that was after she had done the performance at the Obama Presidential Center opening. That came with backlashes and celebrations, and now the BET. It's just been a lot of congratulations going on and pouring in for Thames. Well, still on the news, where Bad Bunny brought Latin America to London on Saturday night as he became the first artist from that part of the world to headline a UK stadium. The Puerto Rican rapper captivated a star-studded crowd of about 50,000 on the first of 2 sold-out nights in Tottenham, with a celebration of Central and South American culture, communities, and even the climate. The fans' energy levels defy the hot and humid conditions, with a fiesta from start to finish. But as the singer sent a message of solidarity to Venezuela following its devastating earthquakes, it was also an evening of contrasting emotions. Bad Bunny, whose real name is Benito Antonio Martinez Ocasio, is approaching the end of his Debbie Tirao Mas Photos World Tour, and the 32-year-old performed with low-key confidence and charisma of an artist now completely comfortable on the world's biggest stages. The setlist was unsurprisingly dominated by the album that gives the tour its name. Starting the show where the record ends, La Munanza, the move set the tone for the evening, showcasing his ability to blur genre boundaries, blending modern Latin rap with old-school salsa, supported by live traditional band. Well, in Nigeria, where the widow of the late Nollywood actor John Okafor, popularly known as Mr. Ibu, Stella Maris Okafor, has refuted allegations that she secretly disposed of her late husband's properties and kept the proceeds for herself. But speaking in a video interview with content creator King Michi, Stella Maris insisted that the sale of the property was carried out legally and in compliance with a court order. According to her, the transaction was jointly handled by herself and Mr. Ibu's 2 sons, Valentine Okafor and Daniel Okafor, adding that she possesses documents to support her claims. I have to show you this document. This is a court order. I didn't, not me alone. My husband's 2 sons, Valentine Okafor and Daniel Okafor, and I did it according to the court order. Every evidence is here. We sold the house. I am not the one that sold the house, she stated. The clarifications comes amid renewed public attention on the late actor's family following revelations about their financial struggles after his death. Stella Maris also spoke about her current source of livelihood, revealing that she operates an online jewelry business. She explained that she had wanted to venture into the business years ago, but was discouraged by her late husband because she was actively pursuing her acting career. When the video, when she put out a video last week, I was wondering, some people thought that this was the level of expectation. Is it expectation now or entitlement, rather? This man had properties, like, according to them, littered everywhere. You could sell property or properties. Some I had 15 million, 20 million, 30, just here and there. Is that not money enough? Maybe not money enough, but is that not money something to just make out something? Then come in and say, oh, we don't have money again. Nigerians help us. Nigerians help? Is that how it should
I don't even
really
know,
be?
because it was King Michi's interview, and I didn't even feel like, what is this? Of all the people that should have interviewed her, it's King Michi. So it's given like help the
Content.
poor.
Okay.
Yeah, kind of thing. So that's how I felt about the whole thing. It's like, why?
I watched one of his sons talk about the wife selling the house. From a communication perspective, looking at his eyes, the fact that the video was edited, cut. I was like, this guy, I don't think you're telling the truth.
That's how feeling. Like,
everything just seems confusing
and sketchy.
And sketchy. People should also try to respect their dead, right? If there was even something to lean back to. There are people who didn't keep it, who don't
Remember
have
there was
anything.
a time we talked about this, was the Directors Guild, Actors Guild doing about this whole thing, right? That they said they were going to sponsor kids to school. So what happened? Like, there was no follow-up news to continue what really went down. So coming up with this whole new thing now is looking like what's really happening is like they are sourcing for money, and then they had to use the content creator person.
And before he passed, there were lots of donations giving to him. His daughter. Then there's a girl who I guess his daughter, or not biological daughter, but was in the hospital with him. People had donated. Even the likes of Peter and Paul, they donated, and a number of celebrities donated money, and they were counting millions at that time until he passed. Sadly, he passed. So it felt like there was just some cash available for them to handle. So was it a situation of, let's just, whatever happens to this one, we'll just come back to Nigerians again and ask?
I don't think it's the fact that King Michi is in the picture. It's just giving like, this is content. Don't you get what I'm saying? That's how I feel about the whole thing.
Crazy things happening. Maybe Nigerian movie veterans Segun Arinze and Jerry Amilo have reacted to fresh concerns about the mental state and well-being of their colleague Hanks Anuku. A video showing Hanks lying on the road in Wuse to Abuja surfaced online June 27, 2026. In the video, the actor was seen talking to himself while holding a disposable cup. Following the viral video, many netizens have raised concerns over his look and health status, while some allege that he was under the influence of alcohol. Reacting to the controversy, actors Arinze and Emilio commented under one of the Instagram posts shared by a popular blog that it was an old video. This is a very old video. While urging the public to desist from spreading evil news, Jerry Amilo also wrote, please, this is an old video. Stop spreading evil news and wishes. The Daily Post reports that Anuku had in November 2023 attributed his drinking habits to his battle with depression. I know about verifying videos.
Every time it's always old video. The fact that I always come out to debunk all this rumor, it's always an old video or something. It's starting to look like he enjoys the attention. If he wants to trend, after some time, he just gets one video out there, and then people are going to talk about it. Then he comes out to debunk it. So, this has been
the video showed someone capturing, and they say it's old. I don't know. I know that there are a number of videos about the actor that were circulating in 2023,
which he came
said,
to debunk.
Yes, and some people said he needed help. He's abused with alcohol and everything. Segun Arinze and Jerry Amilo, if they are saying it's old video, means they probably have seen the video before. They are in close contact with Hanks and Nuku. However, there's a way to verify old videos. Fake videos or old videos, because sometimes you see videos pop on social media and say this is happening here, but it's actually an old video. I get those details, and I try to tell you one of these days on our shows how you can spot if a video has been used before, or it's fake, or it's old and it's resurfacing, and people are putting out whatever narrative that they're putting out about it. But 3 days ago, the world celebrated World Drug Abuse Day and illicit trafficking and substances. It's important that people understand what they should be taking or not taking. I was telling someone a few days ago that I don't think I should be telling an adult who knows that, okay, this is what alcohol does or this is what smoking does. I know that there are a lot of factors that get people into abusing substances, but sometimes you just want to research on your own. Why should I do this? Why should I not do this? And also, we're talking about celebrities encouraging the use of substances and how that can also influence younger people, seeing that, on a music video someone has a stick of cigarette or a stick of whatever and smoking, and someone younger sees and says, okay, this looks good, and indulges. Someone who doesn't even have enough food to eat.
Sometimes I also feel like it's aesthetic. The smoking thing is aesthetic. You know, you just have to make it look like, oh wow, I'm a smoker or something like that. You understand?
Part of the video. All right, you're still listening to Entertainment Today on Today 95.1 FM. There's so much more we'll lay hands on. We'll get back to that. We may still dwell on this Nigerian humor, fun and coping, meme culture, Olodo uprising. I mean, here and there, Pella culture. I mean, just mentioning Pella alone and culture, I can imagine how much money that guy's made in these few days.
And you're not imagining his mental health, how traumatic that was for him.
You think?
Like the whole world suddenly clamor you are like the SI unit for Olodo.
Well, that's an angle. I thought about the money part.
And he's just a young boy.
I thought about the money part. So, but we'll be back. It's Entertainment Today on Today 95.1 FM. Just stay with us.
Talk Radio
95.1 FM.
Entertainment Today on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. So earlier earlier we're talking about Olodo uprising, meme culture, Pella culture, and everything. And I was asking the question, from Olodo uprising to Akara Kulikli, why Nigerians turn everything into content? I mean, every week in Nigeria is someone who says something, and whether it was YC who talked about Olodo uprising or the president's wife, Remi Tinubu, talking about Akara Kulikli, and within us, TikTok, X, Instagram, and Facebook are flooded with memes, skits, remixes, and funny videos. Why are Nigerians so quick to turn almost everything into entertainment? Coping mechanism? Are we great
I just like if you do
storytellers?
anything serious, you might get arrested. So you have to just make a fun of it. Because imagine coming to say, "Oh, what that woman said was impeach, like should be called for impeachment or something like that." You can't tell that to Nigerians, like Nigerian youth, that we need to start selling kulikuli and akara. Like, yo, why are you telling us that?
What are your
like
thoughts?
the disgust, the way she was saying it, we really tried for Nigerians. Like the disgust in our voice could tell you, like, I don't know what to do for you people. If you like become anything out of life, like that's what she was.
Mother of the nation.
That's how she was sounding. So that kind of statement is not what you should tell people like Nigerians. It really made us feel like, oh, we don't know what we're doing. Like,
So I go on WhatsApp, I see 1, 2, 3 people have using AI. They have an Akara store now.
Yeah.
They have a kulikuli store.
you can only make fun of it because if you challenge it, you understand, you're gonna sound like you are fighting the government or you're coming out for them. You're against them. I don't know if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah. What are your thoughts? We dropped that on Facebook. I'd like to know your reactions. I mean, is this how we cope and with serious issues? Do you think it's trivializing? We're trivializing a number of serious issues a little too much, or it's just part of the Olodo uprising thing and the whole conversation that's been going on about the kind of conversations we like to have, the way we like to have some conversations, right? Let's drop your thoughts on Facebook. I will take your remark today. 95.1 FM. I don't know, but there seems to be a lot going on with Odumodu Black and Black Bones. Odumodu Black had dropped a thought about Black Bones. He said he made a fresh accusation of sexual abuse against his colleague, Black Bones. He reports that this is coming 8 months after a lady identified as Jane Doe wrote a petition against Black Bones for subjecting her to harassment, bullying, invasion of privacy, and sharing her unauthorized private videos with him. Odumodu Black made the allegation in X rant on Saturday amid their ongoing rivalry feud, calling out the entire music industry for shielding Black Bones. Odumodu Black tagged the industry sexual abusing hypocrite. He wrote, Black Bones is a sexual abuser and the entire music industry is covering it up. Same people come out and bash Tinubu all in the name of injustice, seeing justice in your face here, but because you all dine and wine together, you have decided to shut up. Hypocrites, sexual abusing hypocrites, he alleged.
I don't want to sound insensitive, but you mean you actually, somebody was going through a sexual whatever, came to you, Odumodu Black, as what? As an active or what? Like, you're a musician.
And you think he's taking advantage of that.
And you feel like you're the voice to push it.
To push the narrative, because Black Bones they've had like more exchange of words on X. And I don't know.
It's giving Kendrick Lamar and Drake kind of fights. Yeah. Version of fights, because I don't know why.
Meanwhile, Singer Spyro has outlined the personal rules that govern his music career, saying he maintains strict standards on collaborations, on screen conduct, and the kind of content he's linked to. Speaking during a recent interview on TV, the singer said he does not permit smoking or nudity in videos he features in and avoids working with artists whose projects promote inappropriate themes.
Who is that, Spyro?
Spyro. Who's your girl?
He's always sounding like a Christian, not so Christian. I don't know, he's a Christian but not a Christian, because I don't know, I feel some type of way about him, but yeah.
All right, away from that, Ebuka Obi Uchendu wife set to welcome third child. They put out it was a cute picture. Congratulations to them. I remember a video I watched about where she said they wouldn't have a child again. They had 2 daughters and that her husband didn't want one. But I'm sure that couples don't even know when these things happen, I guess. Now they have a third. Congratulations to them.
Yeah.
I saw the video. I watched an interview. I think it was like her first YouTube video, or the second one where she brought her husband on it, and then she said they wouldn't want to have another child. So when I saw, I mean, the congratulations pouring out, I was like, oh, brought my mind back to that and then asking what changed. Maybe life changed or whatever just changed. Do we have any comments on Facebook? Let's see if you have dropped any thoughts there. But Anastasia, do you think we turn everything a little too much into a joke? See, even on Facebook, someone had to drop a comment Crispy inside, burnt outside akara. under the question. To start this akara business is not easy. That's how he dropped the comment for me on Facebook. Thank you. See, he burns his own akara. It's crispy. It's burnt outside, but it's crispy inside. Nigerians are the happiest people in the world, suffering and smiling. That's a comment on Facebook. It's a coping mechanism. Nigerians forget the hardship they are going through by why contributing to such trending issues. The laughter that comes with it is therapeutic. Okay.
Somebody say, dear presenters, what's actually Olodo? In which context is it being used? Whom are the organizers referring to as Olodo? John O.
Who are they? Well, maybe you watch that Wisey's interview. It's on the Afropolitan podcast on YouTube. We can go watch the interview, get his perspective to the Olodo uprising conversation. And Anastasia, we have to go. We'll be here. Okay, I'll be here tomorrow, and we'll be here on Thursday. Yeah. Thank you so much for starting this week with us this way. We'll see you. I'll see you tomorrow on Entertainment Today, but I think we'll talk in the evening. Meanwhile, Dawn is here for the World News at 12. I'm Queen Chima.
No, I'm Anastasia Benjamin.
Good morning.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
Good afternoon. This is the World News on your premium talk radio today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. I am Dawn Wilson. Today in the headlines, federal government bans commercial motorcycles on Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway. National Assembly sends a state police bill to 36 assemblies. Rivers Police Command arrests suspected armed robber during intelligence-led operation in Alu community. And on the foreign scene, South Korea unveils over $1 trillion AI expansion plan. Details in a moment. Stay with us. Welcome back, and now the news in detail. The Federal Ministry of Works has announced a ban on the operation of commercial motorcycles and tricycles along the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway, with the directive taking effect this week. The Federal Controller of Works in Lagos State, Olufemi Dare, said the measure was introduced to safeguard the newly constructed superhighway from misuse and premature deterioration. He added that indiscriminate parking of trucks and articulated vehicles would also no longer be allowed on the coastal highway and all bridges across Lagos State, while the dumping of refuse along highway corridors has been strictly prohibited. Dare said restriction signages have already been installed, with task force officials to be deployed at strategic locations to enforce compliance. The National Assembly has announced plans to send the Constitution Alteration Bill for state police to Nigeria's 36 state houses of assembly this week. This comes after the Senate passed the bill and now needs at least 24 state assemblies to approve it before President Bola Tinubu signs it into law. In an interview, Chairman of the Senate Committee on Media and Publicity, Yemi Adaramodu, stated that the state legislatures and governors were already awaiting the bill following consultations held ahead of its passage by the National Assembly. Adaramodu noted that states can set up their own police for local security, while the Nigeria Police Force keeps control of national issues like terrorism, border security, and cybercrime. The Nigerian army has reaffirmed its commitment to defending the nation's sovereignty and protecting citizens. It also pledged to sustain operations against terrorism, insurgency, banditry, kidnapping, oil theft, and other security threats across the country. Speaking during its 163rd anniversary in Abuja, the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Waidi Shaibu, described the event as an opportunity to reflect on the Army's achievements, honor fallen heroes, and renew its dedication to national service. Represented by Major General Maxwell Dangana, Shaibu noted that troops had recorded significant operational successes, including neutralizing criminal elements, dismantling terrorist enclaves. The Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, FCCPC, has warned it may sanction petroleum marketers who fail to reduce pump prices in line with the recent decline in global crude oil prices. The Commission said it was concerned that despite domestic refiners lowering ex-depot petrol prices to between 1,025 naira and 1,075 naira per litre, many depot owners and filling station operators had made only marginal reductions at the pumps. Brent crude has fallen to about $72 per barrel, and West Texas Intermediate WTI to around $69 per barrel, following the ceasefire between the United States and Iran and the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, returning global oil prices to pre-conflict levels. However, petrol continues to sell for an average of 1,200 naira per litre nationwide. The FCCPC Executive Vice Chairman and Chief Executive Officer Tunji Bello said while the Commission does not regulate prices in the deregulated downstream sector, it has a statutory duty to prevent anti-competitive price practices, protect consumers from exploitation, and ensure market competition delivers fair benefits to Nigerians. The Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors, NARD, has given the federal government a final 4-week ultimatum to meet outstanding demands or face a nationwide strike. The decision came during a virtual extraordinary National Executive Council meeting held after reviewing the government's response to a previous 21-day ultimatum from May. In a communique jointly signed by NARD's president, Dr. Mohammed Suleiman, Secretary General Dr. Shuaibu Ibrahim, Publicity Secretary Dr. Abdul Majid Yahya, the association listed the non-release of the 2026 Medical Residency Training Fund, unpaid house officer salaries in several institutions, and 19 months of outstanding professional allowance as major issues. It also cited unpaid salary adjustment arrears, promotion arrears, and salary backlogs in federal hospitals, and criticized some private hospitals for reintroducing abolished bench fees. Despite unresolved issues, NARD commended the Ministerial Committee on Assaults Against Health Care Workers for nearing completion of its work and welcomed efforts to reduce excessive workloads and misuse of appointments. The association, however, said it remains open to dialogue while it pursues legitimate steps to protect members' welfare. The Nigerian Education Loan Fund, NEL Fund, has issued a stern warning to tertiary institutions accused of withholding tuition refunds from students and arbitrarily raising institutional fees. In a public notice released, the agency condemned these practices, stating they directly contradict the core mission of the federal government's student loan scheme. It noted that the student loan scheme was intended to remove financial barriers to higher education and should not become an avenue for placing additional financial burdens on students. In a bid to resolve the issue, NEL Fund has opened discussions with relevant authorities and schools to guarantee that eligible students are refunded and that campus charges remain transparent. The fund further reiterated its commitment to protecting students and preserving public confidence in what it described as a landmark national intervention. You're listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, sports, and foreign stories. Stay with us.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Welcome back. The national leader of the Nigeria Democratic Congress, NDC, Seriake Dixon, has urged presidential candidate Peter Obi, running mate Rabiu Kwankwaso, and other members to remain with the party. This followed after Justice Issa Dashen's judgment said the earlier order affected the Peace Movement Party, which owns the logo used for registration but was not included in the suit. Dixon dismissed fears that the ruling would cause defections, describing it as a kangaroo situation meant to create panic and discourage members. He also stated that all NDC candidates had already emerged through party processes and would soon be uploaded to INEC's portal for the 2027 elections. The former Bayelsa governor insisted the NDC remains a legally recognized party and will challenge the ruling party in appellate courts rather than petition Justice Dashin at the National Judicial Council. Meanwhile, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has alleged that unnamed elements within the ruling All Progressives Congress, APC, are plotting to prevent the African Democratic Congress, ADC, from participating in the 2027 general election. In a statement by his Senior Special Assistant on Public Communication, Frank Shaibu, Atiku, while describing any such move as a serious threat to Nigeria's democracy, said he had received credible information indicating that political and legal efforts were being coordinated to keep the opposition party off the ballot. He claimed the alleged plan was part of a broader strategy to weaken the opposition and deny Nigerians the opportunity to freely choose their next president. According to him, the ADC has emerged as the most credible alternative to the ruling All Progressives Congress, APC, warning that elections should be decided by voters rather than through legal maneuvers, administrative actions, or institutional interference. He also urged the judiciary, the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, security agencies, civil society organizations, and the international community to remain vigilant against actions capable of undermining the integrity of the electoral process. Atiku further accused the APC of prioritizing political survival over governance despite Nigeria's economic and security challenges, alleging a pattern of using state institutions and litigation to weaken opposition parties. A group of lawyers under the Association of Legislative Drafting and Advocacy Practitioners has asked the Legal Practitioners Privileges Committee to withdraw the suspension of Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Mike Ozekome. The lawyers argued that the suspension concerns issues that are already before the courts and should therefore be put on hold until the judicial process is concluded. The association says it has submitted a Freedom of Information request to the Chief Justice of Nigeria and has threatened legal action if the suspension is not withdrawn. The federal government has ramped up its emergency operations to protect citizens in South Africa by scheduling another voluntary evacuation flight to return tomorrow. The move comes amid rising tensions surrounding planned anti-immigrant protests set to begin on June 30. According to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs spokesperson Kimiebi Ebiemfa, a return flight is slated to depart at midnight, bringing the next batch of registered citizens back to Murtala Mohammed International Airport in Lagos by Tuesday morning. Ebiemfa stated that President Bola Tinubu, in response to potential xenophobic threats, authorized 5 air peace flights after more than 500 Nigerians signed up for voluntary repatriation. He also noted that the federal government remains in diplomatic talks with South African authorities to ensure the safety of Nigerian nationals who remain in the country. The River State Police Command has arrested a suspected armed robber, Austin Emenike, popularly known as Oyibo, during an intelligence-led operation in Alu community, River State. According to a statement by the Command Public Relations Officer ASP Agabi Blessing Carbolo, the operation, carried out on the directive of Commissioner of Police Olugbenga Adepoju as part of sustained efforts to combat violent crime and enhance public safety across the state, led to the recovery of 1 locally made pistol, 4 single-barrel guns, and 5 live cartridges. The statement noted that preliminary investigations have linked the suspect to a wider criminal network, with operatives now pursuing key leads to identify and arrest other members of the gang while uncovering the full extent of their activities. It quoted the Commissioner of Police, Olugbenga Adepoju, commending the operatives for their professionalism, courage, and commitment to duty, reaffirming the command's resolve to deny criminals any safe haven in Rivers State. He also urged residents to remain vigilant and promptly report suspicious persons, movements, or activities, stressing that public cooperation and credible intelligence are essential to achieving a safer and more secure state. On the foreign scene, South Korea has announced an ambitious investment program worth nearly $1.2 trillion to strengthen its leadership in semiconductor manufacturing and artificial intelligence infrastructure. Speaking at the launch of the public-private initiative in Seoul, President Lee Jae-myung said speed would be critical to securing the country's future in the AI race. Under the plan, Samsung Electronics and SK Hynix will jointly invest 800 trillion won to build 4 new semiconductor fabrication plants in the southwestern Honam region. The government said the project would fast-track permit approvals and construction to rapidly expand production capacity and maintain South Korea's technological edge in the global memory chip market amid surging AI-driven demand. In addition, the government unveiled a separate investment of about $650 billion to develop AI data centers over the next decade. Science Minister Bae Kyung-hun said 550 trillion won would be invested by 2029, with a further 10 gigawatt AI data center planned by 2035, bringing total capacity to more than 18.4 gigawatts. To end the news, here's a summary of the major stories. The federal government has banned commercial motorcycles and tricycles along the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway. The National Assembly has announced plans to send the state police bill to the 36 state assemblies. We told you that the River State Police Command has arrested a suspected armed robber during an intelligence-led operation in Alu community. And on the foreign scene, you also heard that South Korea has unveiled over $1 trillion AI expansion plan. That was the news as edited by Stella Sasongo Okore. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com, Facebook at Today95.1fm, Instagram at TodayFM951, X at TodayFM951. You can also join our YouTube live at Today95.1fm. I'm Don Wilson. Thank you for listening. Good afternoon.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Want to know what's happening? Get latest information in sports, politics, lifestyle, you name it. The frequency of choice. Today 95.1 FM. Today 95.1 FM. We serve you the latest update on everything. Today 95.1 FM. We are the voice of the people. The voice of the people.
Looking to grow your business?
Ready to elevate your brand and reach the right audience? This is your moment to take your brand to the next level with Today 95.1 FM.
Your trusted voice, reaching thousands of listeners every single day.
From startups to established brands, we create powerful advertising solutions that boost your visibility and drive real growth.
Our affordable advertising packages are designed to give your business maximum visibility and real results.
Don't just advertise where people are listening.
Call us today on 0818-389-2850 or visit our station to book your slot now at Today FM Drive off East West Road, Obiapo.
Today FM 95.1.
Your voice, your market, your success.
Live from the Garden City of Port Harcourt, Nigeria. This is Today 95.1 FM.
Bentoni Bags Limited. We produce polypropylene branded nylon bags for companies and market use.
Oh yes, are you into rice production and packaging of all kinds? Our PP polypropylene bags is specially made for you. Bentoni Bags Limited. We produce top-notch branded bags, nylon for companies' use. Whatever business you are doing, you need our bags for packaging and easy movement. Our products are shopping sacks, agro sacks, nylon, twine, nail sacks, and general PP woven sacks. Locate us at plot in 23 Harbour Industrial Layout, Atani Road, Onisha, behind the former Paul Mike Sports Stadium, Onisha. Our contact phone numbers are 0913-966-3639 or 0813-928-4850.
Bentoni Bags Limited.
Bentoni Bags Limited. Originality is our name.
Maybe home is somebody's smile when they look at you for the first time. Maybe home is being a home to something you love and adore with all your heart, and that is what life, friendship, and love are all about. Maybe home is listening to all of your favorite shows on Today 95.1 FM. We create memories. We inspire comfort. We are the voice of the people, and we are home away from home. Today 95.1 FM, where news meets insight, sports meets passion, and entertainment meets excellence. Expert analysis from seasoned professionals and our top analysts, informing, educating, and entertaining you. Your voice.
Welcome to Echoes from Heaven with Nathaniel Osawe. Be blessed as you listen.
I want to welcome you to another episode of this program, Echoes from Heaven. Now, yesterday we celebrated Father's Day, and as I reflected and thought about it, I believe it was the Holy Spirit that dropped this word in my heart that I want to share today. In Matthew chapter 6, verse 9, Jesus taught us to pray. He said, when you pray, say, Our Father who art in heaven. So, like I said yesterday, we celebrated Father's Day, and let me say happy Father's Day to every father, to every prospective father. And I pray that God will teach us to be real fathers, not just men, but to be real fathers in Jesus' name. Now, God is a father. And so in Matthew chapter 6, verse 9, Jesus taught us to pray. Say, when you pray, say, Our Father. The person you are speaking to, the person you are addressing, the person you are bringing your petitions to, you are addressing him, Our Father. God is a father. He is a father. Now, in Malachi chapter 1, verse 6, the Bible says, this was God speaking. It says, a son honors his father. And then it says, if then I am your father, where is my honor? A son honors his father. And if you say that I am your father, if you say God is your father, you call God Father, our Father in heaven, you pray to him, you say, oh, our Father in heaven, you call God Father. He's asking you, where is my honor? If you say I am your father, where is my honor? Where is the respect that should come to a father? Many people call God Father, and all they want is the benefits that come from a father. What do you say of a child who doesn't respect the father, who doesn't help the father, who doesn't obey the father? But when he needs something, he runs to the father and says, Father, I need this. That is how many church people are. They call God Father, they come to God asking for things, but they don't honor God. They don't respect God. They don't obey God. It says, a son, every true son, honors his father. If then I am your father, if you say I am your father, where is the honor that is due me? Where is the respect that should come to me as a father? You call me Father, Father, then where is the honor? Where is the respect? You don't respect me, you don't honor me, but you call me Father. I have an idea what this is because by God's grace, I am a father. And I have sons. And if I tell any of my sons, stop that thing, he stops immediately. I don't have to say it twice. In fact, if I have to say it a second, a third time, that son will be penalized. So they have been trained and taught that Once you are told the first time, stop that thing you are doing, of course they stop immediately. And if I tell my son, go and do that thing, my son cannot stand there. My son cannot say, no, I will not do it. That is what it means to honor a father. That if you say God is your father, God says, stop that thing you are doing, you will stop immediately. God will not have to say, he will not have to say it today and say it tomorrow and say it again. Send the first preacher, send the second preacher, send the third preacher, telling you to stop this thing you are doing, stop it, and you continue. If you are like that, you are not a child of God. He says, if I am your father, where is my honor? If I tell my son, stop that thing you are doing, he stops immediately. I don't know people who call God Father. God has told them to stop committing fornication, but they have refused to stop. I don't know people who call God Father and God has told them to stop committing adultery and they have refused to stop. I don't know people who call God Father and God has told them to stop telling lies, doing the evil things they are doing. They have refused to stop. God is asking you, if I am your father, where is my honor? If you say I am your father, how is it that I would tell you to stop something and you will refuse? He says, if I am your father, where is my honor? Where is my respect? Many people who call themselves children of God have no respect for God. They don't show God, they don't honor God by the life they live. They choose to do whatever they want to do. Oh, if you are like that, you are a bastard. But God has no say in their lives. You want to divorce your wife, and God cannot, the word of God cannot tell you no. God says, I hate divorce. It doesn't matter to you. You throw away the word of God behind you and you do what you want to do. You are a bastard church person. You are not a child of God. God is not your father. He says, if I am your father, where is my honor? In 1 Samuel 2 verse 30, God said, those who honor me will be honored. But those who dishonor me will be lightly esteemed. He says, I will honor those who honor me. The children, my children who honor me, I will honor them. But those who have no regard for me, those who despise me, those who do not respect me, those who have no regard for my word, he says they will be lightly esteemed. They will be non-entities. They will amount to nothing. You may say, but I know people who don't honor God. I know people who don't respect God, and they are something. Oh, that's because you will say that because you are short-sighted. When God says, I will honor those who honor me, he's not just talking about this world. Yes, he will honor them in this world, but beyond this world. In Malachi chapter 3 from verse 16, it says, then they that feared the Lord spoke often one to another, and the Lord hearkened and heard it, and a book of remembrance was written before him for them that feared the Lord. And in verse 17, it says, and they shall be mine, saith the Lord of hosts. In that day, there's a day coming when God will honor those who honor him. There's a day coming when God will despise, when those who dishonor God will be despised. They will come to nothing. He says, those who honor me, those who fear me, in that day, when I make up my jewels, and I will spare them as a man spares his son that serves him. As a man spares his son that honors him. He says, in that day, that is how I will spare them. In verse 18, then shall he return and discern between the righteous and the wicked, between him that serveth God and him that serveth him not. There's a day coming when God will draw the line between those who honor him and those who dishonor him. That 1 Samuel chapter 2 verse 30. The easy Bible. It says, those who honor me, I will honor. I will honor those who honor me. But it says, I will curse people who insult me. There are people who insult God by the things they do. People who insult God by the things they say. People who have no respect for God. It says, I will curse them. You know, previous editions of this program, we talked about the blessing and the curse. And I said there are things that people do that bring curses on them. This is one of them. When you don't honor God, when you don't respect the word of God, you have no regard for God, you are bringing a curse on yourself. It says, I will curse people who insult me. Now, Jesus taught us in Matthew chapter 6 verse 9 to pray saying, Our Father. But do you know that not every person is entitled to call God Father? Not every person is a child of God. Yes, God is the creator of all, but he's not the father of all. He created all men, but he's not the father to all men. You are a creature of God, but it does not automatically mean that you are a child of God. In John chapter 8, verse 44, this was Jesus himself speaking. He says, you are of your father, the devil. Jesus was addressing those people, and he said, you are of your father, the devil. He told them directly that the devil is your father. Who were these people? These were Jews. These were descendants of Abraham. But Jesus called them children of the devil. How? How can descendants of Abraham be children of the devil? You can be the child of a pastor. You can be a church person and still be a child of the devil. You can be a preacher. You can be a pastor and still be a child of the devil. It's not whether you go to church. That's not what shows whether you are a child of God or a child of the devil. Look at it in 1 John chapter 3, verse 8. 1 John chapter 3, 8 to 10. It says, he that commits sin is of the devil. That is why Jesus said to them in John chapter 8, you are of your father, the devil. They were descendants of Abraham, but they were committing sin. They were children of Abraham, but they were committing sin. That's why Jesus called them children of the devil. He says, you are of your father, the devil. 1 John 3, 8 tells us why. What made them children of the devil? It says, he that commits sin. The person who commits sin is of the devil. Whether he's a child of Abraham, whether he goes to church, the church he attends, it doesn't matter. If he's committing sin, he is of the devil. Whether he's a worker in church, if he's committing sin, he is of the devil. I want to ask you, are you of God or of the devil? It's not by saying, oh, I'm of God, I'm of God. The mark is whether you are committing sin. It says anybody who is committing sin belongs to Satan. Now, that verse continues, verse 9, 1 John 3, 9. It says, no one who is born of God practices sin. If you have been born of God, you are a child of God, God is your father. It says you will not be practicing sin. Sin will not be your lifestyle. How can sin be your lifestyle? How can every day fornication is a normal thing for you? Somebody you are not married to. That is what we see today. Go to social media, look around. You see how that sexual immorality is it is in quote a normal thing. It's the lifestyle you see everywhere. And these people you see doing all these things, they go to church. They go to church. Some of them are workers in church. And they will call God Father. They say, our Father. They are praying to God. But it says, no one who is born of God practices sin. No one who is born of God commits sin. Now look at verse 10. From the NIV. It says, NIV, 1 John chapter 3, verse 10. This is how we know who the children of God are and who the children of the devil are. Now I told you that even though Jesus taught us to pray, our Father who art in heaven, it is not every person that is entitled to call him Father. By the way, when that's Matthew chapter 6, when Jesus taught us to pray, our Father who in heaven. Who was Jesus talking to? He was talking to his disciples. He wasn't talking to the Pharisees. He wasn't talking to people who rejected him. He was talking to his disciples. It is his disciples he taught to pray our Father. It is the disciples of Christ that are entitled to call God Father. A disciple is someone who learns from God. Jesus said, take up my yoke upon you, learn from me. A disciple is a student who is following Christ, who patterns his life after Christ. Those are the people who are children of God. Again, 1 John chapter 3, verse 9. It says, this is how we know who the children of God are and who the children of the devil are. How do we know the children of God? And how, you see, there are two groups of people. It says the children of God and the children of the devil. It says, this is how we know who the children of God are and who the children of the devil are. How do we know? Is it when you go to church on Sunday, you see the people in the church, you say, okay, these ones are children of God. Then you go somewhere else, you see some people there, you say, these ones are children of the devil. Is that how we know? No. Is it those who carry big Bibles? No. How? It says, this is how we know who the children of God are and who the children of the devil are. And then it goes on to tell us how we know. It says, everyone that practices righteousness is of God. But anyone who does not practice righteousness is not of God. It's not of God. And so the dividing line, the mark, the distinguishing factor is whether you are practicing righteousness. That is what identifies you. That is what marks you as a child of God. If you are practicing sin, if you are practicing unrighteousness, you are a child of the devil. You're not a child of God. And so you're not entitled to call God Father. You can't pray to him and say, our Father. No sinner is a child of God. No sinner is a child of God. No sinning church person is a child of God. Where we started, Malachi chapter 1 verse 6, God is asking you, if you call me your father, why is it that you don't honor me? Why is it that you don't respect me? How do you become a child of God? For a child, you have to be, there are two ways. You have to be born into a family, or you are adopted into the family. And the Bible says God has adopted the believers into his family. You have to be born into the family of God. You have to repent of sin. You have to be born into the family of God by being born again, repenting of sin. The Bible says if you are committing sin, Satan is your father. God is not your father. Children of God don't commit sin. Sin is not the lifestyle of the children of God. Repent today. Come into the family of God and be a child of God indeed.
I believe you have been blessed. Tune in next week for another refreshing episode of Echoes from Heaven. Please let us know how you have been blessed through this program by calling, texting, or sending a WhatsApp message to this number 081 355 57592. Once again, 081 355 57592. You can also send an email to echoesfh@gmail.com. echoesfh@gmail.com. God bless you.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Maybe home is somebody's smile when they look at you for the first time. Maybe home is being a home to something you love and adore with all your heart, and that is what life, friendship, and love are all about. Maybe home is listening to all of your favorite shows on Today 95.1 FM. We create memories. We inspire comfort. We are the voice of the people, and we are home away from home.
Before you judge me, keep in mind you're probably a piece of too. You act all sweet, all sanctified, but you got issues leaking through.
areas. There are other organisms that can cause challenges that are different from just burning sensation or discharge from the genitals. When we talk about herpes simplex virus, people suffering from herpes simplex virus can experience blisters and ulcers in the private part that will be seen as wound. Some can be very painful. Some can even have some discharge in form of blood, and you see that as regular wounds. In syphilis, at the beginning, there can just be pimple-like eruptions around the pubic region, which may disappear over a week or two. But that disappearance does not mean that the organism is totally cleared from the body system. It is during that period that it will be able to go into the body tissue to continue dividing, to encroach the body further. It can go to a latent stage, a stage in which the organism is inside the body as if it is sleeping or resting. But if anything happens that triggers it, definitely one will start experiencing serious challenges. When we have all this and we fail or refuse to take care of the body, definitely complications can set in. In women, when complications are already appearing, there can be serious menstrual pains. In some women, there can be discharge coming from the genitals that can even have offensive odor. In some, it is possible for them to experience serious lower abdominal pains. Most at times, these do follow their monthly menstrual bleed. In some women, if it is allowed to continue, you discover that the fallopian tube can be damaged, a situation where this area will be blocked totally. That will be seen as blockage of fallopian tube, which can really lead to infertility in women. It can be primary infertility or secondary infertility, as the case may be. In men, when infectious agents are able to stay and proliferate, that is divide, to encroach the body tissues very well, definitely the sanctuaries of the body can be reached. Part of the sanctuaries of the body is the testicles. When they get into the testicles, it can lead to orchitis, a situation where the bulbs, that is the testicles, will become very painful. It can be swollen, and at that stage, the lifespan of sperm cells coming from these testicles can reduce, or they reduce in number. When they reduce in number, that can lead to oligospermia. But if nothing is done, and this is allowed to continue for a certain length of time in the body, it is possible for all the cells to become dead, a situation where we have azoospermia. In such situations, it will be impossible for such a man to impregnate his woman as a result of a sexually transmitted infection that has been poorly handled or that has been ignored. Part of the complications of sexually transmitted infections in men is a situation where a man is unable to stand like a man like he used to do before. And that's why we say, whenever we experience anything that is strange in our body system, it is very important for one to visit competent healthcare giver who will be able to give the right advice to get out of the challenge. In other words, if one is faced with challenges that have to do with sexually transmitted infections, having burning sensation, painful urination, discharge from the genitals, blisters, wounds, mind you, having all these challenges is not the end of the road. For more enlightenment and advice, the number you can call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. Thank you.
All right. You've been listening to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts, and at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080-33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. Let's take our sponsor's message. Don't go away. We shall be right back.
Herbal Heritage International, the Kokoroko for herbal medicine when they produce strong, correct medicine. They take it, they support with country healthcare system. Quatliman, correct bakelistic ogbonge herbal medicine. They we know they come out for public anyhow like a big basket. Food ground as every Christmas have been boundary. Sickness self sabi medicine will pass them. After all, monkey smart now because tree near tree is our forest. Heritage International will use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition. We don't become Ubarugba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International offices way near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now
You're welcome back to Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. Until we come your way again, remain blessed.